Take off your mask. Now.
Alessandra was a disfigured and cursed debutante. Would this man be able to look past her scars? Her story started like this. Alessandra's stepmother slapped her across the face just because she wanted some food.
Please give me some food, Mother. I'm so hungry. My stomach hurts.
My stomach hurts. Stop whining. Gutter rat.
Please, stepmother. I feel so weak. All I'm asking for is just a little...
Aren't you ashamed of begging like that? You can have the Barrett name, but you will never have the Barrett class. Clean that up. Now.
Alessandra was treated like a disease in her own home. Alessandra was born into the wealthy Barrett family, a beloved and lucky baby girl, but her luck ended when her mother ran off with the cesspool cleaner. And her life only got worse when her father, Desmond Barrett, remarried the evil Katrina, who had an even more evil daughter, Kate. And now, Kate had taken Alessandra's place as the pride of the Barrett family.
Aw, don't cry, sister. I snuck you some food. Come on, I'll bring you to it. And that's where you belong, you filthy vermin, in the cesspool, like your mother. I mean, she did run off with a lowlife after all. Don't speak about my mother. Haven't you heard, Alessandra? I can do whatever I want.
It only took Alessandra a moment to realize Kate was wearing spiked jewelry.
Ow, my mother! Alessandra attacked me. I had to defend myself. She's a monster.
Are you okay, my child?
Look at what you've done. Dirty vermin. You're just like your mother's. Filthy.
Look at her face. People say Desmond Barrett tortures his own daughter.
The last thing Baron Desmond wanted was a public scandal.
Such a nuisance. Just like her mother, always causing trouble. Why do we even keep her around?
The reason was simple. Alessandra's mother left her fortune and the Barrett estate in Alessandra's name.
I've explained this to you 100 times. If we kick out Alessandra, we'd lose everything.
I refuse to look at her mangled face.
What do you want me to do?
And so, Alessandra would live her life with her face covered in a mask.
Haven't you heard? Her mother put a hex on the girl. Anyone who gazes upon her face dies.
The rumors spread like wildfire, and soon, people avoided Alessandra at all costs. She lived a secluded life within the walls of the Barrett mansion, with her cat Luna as her only friend. But most of all, she missed her mother.
One day, I'm going to wear this and go far, far away from here.
She found solace in the wedding dress her mother had left behind, her tears soaking into the fabric.
So, Mother? The wedding dress wouldn't look half bad on me. Just need someone who could stand to marry me, right, Luna?
Even though Alessandra was older, so was her bully.
Hello, dear sister.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard a little animal in here.
Kate couldn't have found out about Luna, could she?
Animal? Well, no, of course not. So, you must be very excited about the party tonight.
Of course I am. It'll be fabulous. Finally, Duke Edgar Collins and I can have some alone time.
Duke Edgar Collins, huh? Heard he used to be very particular.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I was just saying that he's eccentric, is all.
Well, you would know all about that, wouldn't you, cursed girl? You know, your mother had such good taste, Alessandra. Too bad we're running out of toilet paper.
You bitch! That was my mother's, and it was the only thing I had left of her.
Sweet sister, the sooner you cut ties with her, the better. She was a whore after all, wasn't she?
Beneath the mask that hid her scarred face, Alessandra remained strong.
My face may be scarred, but you're ugly on the inside, Kate.
Oh, cry me a river. Why don't you run and tattle to Daddy? Oh, wait. Are you scared I might tell about that mangy rescue cat you're hiding?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you think he would do if he found out? Personally, I hope he kills the disgusting creature.
One day, I will escape this place.
Oh, you will never do that, freak. You're not going anywhere. You will die in this castle all alone. I'll send up some table scraps after the party. Toodaloo, sister. My mother's dress is all ruined. No.
Her father and stepmother Katrina hated cats and all animals. Alessandra couldn't afford them to see Luna wandering around.
I won't let them hurt you, Luna.
Alessandra knew that if she were ever caught outside her room, they would punish her. She had to be careful.
Alessandra, what are you doing out of your room?
She wasn't careful enough.
Tonight is one of the most important nights this family's had in ages. Kate must impress the Duke, and I cannot afford to have anyone seeing you. Do you understand me?
Yes, Father, I will go back to my room.
Alessandra spotted her cat just past her father. She stiffened, hoping not to arouse any suspicion.
I still curse your horrid mother for leaving you with me as a burden. And unless you want to go hungry for the rest of the week, I suggest you don't show your face again.
Gotta be more careful, miss.
It was Mario, the cook.
Mario, thank you.
Come with me before anyone sees you. Alessandra, what are you doing here? Huh? I don't want you getting...
Mario was the only person who was still kind to Alessandra, or at least that's what he wanted her to believe.
I know. My goodness, it's busy in here today, huh?
The whole castle had lost their minds over the arrival of Duke Collins. The staff had never seen a party so big for one single person.
Oh, trust me, I know. All of the girls are basically fighting for a chance to be the Duke's bride. It's ridiculous.
You sound a little jealous. Maybe it's you who wants to get married?
Yeah, right. Like there's a man out there who can see past my scars.
Hey. You'd be surprised.
This kind remark made Alessandra blush. No one ever saw anything in her, apart from her scars.
The only use I have of a husband is to take me as far away from this castle as possible.
Well, I, for one, would miss you.
Mario, do you think the rumors about the Duke are true? They say he's ruthless.
I hear he may be connected to those missing women.
Women had been going missing in Lockwood. And no one knew why.
The missing women? You think the Duke is behind all of that?
I don't want to know. Steer clear of him. That man doesn't play by the rules.
Suddenly, Alessandra and Mario's nice conversation was interrupted by her evil stepmother, Katrina.
What is this mess? Get this kitchen in order before the Duke arrives, or I'll see to it that you all get the guillotine.
But suddenly, Katrina's eyes narrowed in on Alessandra.
And what are you doing here, sulking around the kitchen like a servant?
I was just...
You were just leaving. It is Kate's big day, and we can't afford you scaring the Duke off. Now get out of my sight! Go back to your room where you belong.
What's our plan for that bitch, Ocean?
Not yet, but it will be, my lady.
It turned out Katrina was using Mario for information on Alessandra. Good. But what were Katrina and Mario plotting?
Answer me! My patience is running thin, you swine.
Suddenly, Alessandra heard something she wasn't supposed to. Standing across from her father was William Lancaster. The air around him seemed to thicken with malice.
Please, Sir William, just give me a little more time. Once Kate is engaged to the Duke, her dowry will pay off all my debts.
Alessandra's mind raced, wondering how her father had gotten into such a dangerous man's bad graces.
How do you know what the Duke will propose?
He will. Kate is beautiful and charming. She'll win him over.
Yes, she is very beautiful. I remember the night you let me spend with her in exchange for your payments being late.
Kate had been sold for a night to William Lancaster, all because her father was late on payments. It was the worst night of her life. Alessandra couldn't believe it. She had no idea her father was in such debt, nor did she know he had to sell Kate's body to pay it off.
You better hope the Duke proposes to Kate. Otherwise, you'll need to find another way to pay your debts to me, old man.
Alessandra was horrified to see Luna had crept into her father's study and was rubbing up against William Lancaster's leg.
What is this disgusting animal? Away from me, beast. Get away.
Sir William threw Alessandra's cat out of the window.
What have you done?
Alessandra, get a hold of yourself.
Is this your other daughter? The one I hear so much about? The cursed one?
Apologies, Sir William. I'll send her off at once.
Oh, don't. I like her fire. So very, very feisty, yes. I find you extremely intriguing.
His gaze roamed Alessandra's body with an unsettling hunger.
Back off me.
Yes, you are a unique little gem. I think she'd be a great addition to my collection.
Collection, Alessandra thought. Could Sir William be behind all the missing women?
Yes, Desmond, you old buzzard. I think she'd be fine payment for the debts you owe me.
I would never be your...
Have you no grace?
Alessandra tasted blood in her mouth, but refused to cry. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction.
She needs to learn to obey you, Desmond. A little discipline goes a long way.
Get out. Now!
I'm so sorry, Luna. I should have protected you from those monsters. I only wish that they would have thrown me out the window, too. So I could have left this.
Alessandra needed a plan, an escape plan. Suddenly, she heard a grand carriage pulling up to the castle. A man stepped out, tall, broad-shouldered, with an authority that seemed to command the very air around him.
It's Duke Edgar Collins.
Why am I here again?
Why, to find a wife, Your Grace. As per the king's orders.
Even from this distance, Alessandra could see the irritation on his face.
Screw the king. I'd rather marry my horse. I'm only here to get more information about these missing women, Alfred, not love.
But, sir...
Do not but sir me, Alfred. I do not have time for love and affection, and I do not desire to get married, ever.
Duly noted, sir. Now, shall we?
We shall.
No wonder the Duke looked irritable. He was being paraded about like a show pony.
He's not looking for a wife. He's trapped.
Suddenly, Alessandra's plan came into motion. Back in the courtyard, Edgar was steeling himself for what awaited him on the other side of the door.
Kill me now, Alfred?
He had only just arrived, and already Duke Edgar's patience was running thin.
Duke Collins, may I present my beautiful and young daughter, the finest jewel in all the land.
He may have been the most eligible bachelor in town, but he was a man of principle and was disgusted by these desperate mothers begging him to marry their daughters as if they were farm animals.
Lady, are you selling your daughter or one of your cows?
I beg your pardon.
I am not interested. Now step aside, wench.
Everyone was obsessed with Duke Edgar's wealth, and each mother eyed him like a tiger hunting her prey.
Oh, Duke, I have 2 beautiful daughters for you to choose from. Neither speak much, but they will make an obedient bride.
Maybe they don't speak, but it's obvious that you don't listen. I am not in search of a wife, you daft moron.
Well, excuse me, but we did all understand that you were back on the market.
What absolute idiot said that?
Why, the king, of course. We all heard from the Majesty himself that he couldn't wait for you to have a duchess by your side.
Duke Edgar couldn't believe the king would take their rivalry this far. They played pranks on each other for years, but this was too much. The king knew how much Edgar didn't want to marry, so now Edgar knew what he had to do.
Excuse me. Stop the music. I'm going to say this one time, and one time only. All of your daughters are horrid little whores, which makes you all horrid little pimps. I am not seeking a bride. I bid you a good evening. You may resume the music. This is going to be a miserable evening.
As the Duke was ready to leave early, he spotted someone he wanted to speak with.
Duke Edgar, welcome to my home.
Excuse me. Thank you.
But it wasn't Kate.
Ah, Your Grace. It is an honor to have you join us at this quaint little gathering.
William, I didn't know that this party came with a pest infestation.
Sir William Lancaster was a snake, a creepy lowlife who made antagonizing others a royal sport.
Always the charmer, aren't you? That the charm you're going to use to win over a wife? A wife is what brought you to this den of desperation, is it not?
You would know everything about desperation, wouldn't you, Lancaster?
The Duke was implying that William Lancaster was behind the string of abduction.
Do you really believe that I don't think that you're behind these missing women? That you don't have trinkets locked in your basement for your own amusement?
I despise that accusation. I'm simply a collector of companionship, nothing more.
But Duke Collins knew better than to believe a word out of Lancaster's mouth.
I'm neither blind nor dumb. I know you have your filthy hands in this. And when I can prove it, you'll be hanging from the gallows.
What a vivid imagination you have, Edgar. But alas, I'm simply here to enjoy the party. I suggest you do the same. Why don't you get your cock wet? Might do you some good to get that little dickety-do some play.
Duke Collins, it's an honor to have you here tonight. I was afraid you wouldn't come.
Let's skip the pleasantries, Baron. You know why I'm here.
Yes, of course I do, Your Grace. But what kind of host would I be without offering you a drink first?
I don't want a fucking drink.
Baron Desmond had sent Duke Collins a note, claiming he had information about the missing women. Had he wasted the Duke's evening and baited him with a false promise?
Now, either you have something useful to tell me, or I'm going to make you regret for wasting my time.
Baron Desmond's eyes darted around the room, clearly desperate to avoid a scene.
Yes, of course, Your Grace. I'll fetch it upstairs.
Good. Now hurry up and do it.
But Duke Collins wasn't off the hook just yet, because Baron Desmond had a very specific reason for luring him here tonight.
Forgive me, milord, but I see that you've been ignoring the eligible young ladies tonight. Well, my daughter Kate.
Duke Collins couldn't believe Baron Desmond's gall.
Do I look like a shooting star to you, Baron? Or a lucky penny? Or a freshwater well? Or maybe some candles on top of a birthday cake?
I apologize, Your Grace. I don't think I understand.
Well, you seem to think that I'm here to just grant wishes. Let me be clear. I am not interested in marriage, nor in playing matchmaker with your hog of a daughter. Now, run along and get me the information that I need. Now.
Yes, Your Grace.
The thought of fresh air and a moment of solitude was the only thing keeping Duke Collins from storming out of this pathetic charade entirely.
We need to expedite the timeline. I want that deformed monster out of my house. You're sure she doesn't suspect a thing?
Not a
thing. She's always believed I'm her only friend.
Pathetic. A creature doesn't have a friend in the world. Well, not anymore. Can't be friends with a dead cat.
Duke Edgar knew they were talking about Alessandra, the Baron's other daughter, the masked one.
Oh, can I just have a second?
Pardon me, my lord.
It was her, Alessandra.
Oh, it must be my fault lurking in the shadows.
What are you doing out here alone? Party is inside.
I'm very much aware of that, Alessandra. What, you don't think I know who you are? Who else would be wearing the mask in the Baron's home with the supposed cursed daughter?
Are you scared of me?
No. I've seen many scarier things in my day. A simple mask does not scare me.
Alessandra wrinkled up her nose, disgusted with the smell of his cigar.
I think it's going to kill you if you don't stop.
I do hope it speeds up the process. Do I scare you?
In that moment, Alessandra chose to be coy. She couldn't let him into her game too soon.
I don't know who you are, to be honest.
Right. Sure. I'll play along at your little game. I am Edgar Collins. You can just call me Edgar.
The Duke.
One and the same.
Alessandra chose her next words carefully, treading lightly.
They say you are to marry. Is that why you're here? For my sister, Kate?
No, I would rather kill myself. No offense.
Well, you don't offend. I pray to God every night that my horrible sister dies.
None of those young women in there shall be my wife. They are all just like a matching doll set.
Alessandra knew this was her moment, her chance to get away from her selfish father, her evil stepmother, her cruel sister, this whole entire hellscape.
And what about me? If I were to ask you to marry me, what would you say?
The Duke was caught off guard. Yes, Alessandra was scarred, but she had a rather nice figure hidden under her outdated clothes.
What none of you seem to understand is the fact that you would be setting yourself up for a loveless marriage if I were to pick you.
What if it's not love that I'm after?
You'd fall for me.
I doubt it. In fact, what about a contract?
Edgar was extremely suspicious of Alessandra's eagerness.
Did your pathetic father put you up to this?
My father does not know that I'm out here speaking to you, Duke Edgar. This is all me.
Well, it sounds like you live a pretty horrible life within these walls. If you were to do something as drastic as to come up to a complete stranger and ask him to marry.
I am dying within these walls. Day by day, piece by piece, I am neglected. I'm unloved. I do not care about your looks, Duke Edgar, nor your money, nor your frightfully scary reputation.
Wow.
So
you did know who I was.
Please, I only wish to leave this place and never look back.
Edgar started to believe Alessandra. Still, he wasn't looking to entertain the idea of being married to her just yet.
What are you offering then? Because you, as a businesswoman, are awfully verbose.
The king wants you to marry. You wish to piss off the king?
Yes.
So marry me and get him off your back.
Suddenly, Edgar realized he may have underestimated Alessandra.
It is not hard for me to get an actress to play my wife.
If it were so easy, you would have done so already.
We're old friends, the king and I, since childhood. We used to play these games back and forth, but he's taken it too far this time.
Mess with him right back. Choosing a wife like me would surely drive him mad with confusion.
You know, you're not like the rumors say, reclusive and simple. You're smart.
And you are said to be a monster, yet you seem human to me. I do what I must to survive, and I do not have time to waste.
But against all odds, this offer was intriguing.
Wait. I will accept your terms, but I do have a few of my own.
I'm listening.
First, you remove the mask.
But I...
Do not tell me that you are cursed. Only children believe children's tales.
No, it's not that.
Besides, I am going to see you bare on our wedding night, so I find it only fair that I get to see your face now. Take off the mask now.
What is behind Alessandra's mask? Can Duke Collins look beyond her scars?
Alessandra Baird, eh? Interesting. Very interesting.
What was that? Did your father put you up to this?
My father has no idea that I'm out here speaking to you, Duke Edgar. No one was supposed to see me pass by. No one is supposed to see me, ever.
Alessandra replied with the honest truth. Not many people had ever seen Alessandra since the Baron kept her out of sight. Alessandra wasn't of any use to him, thanks to the mask she wore and the rumors surrounding her.
I do what I must to survive. But if you're not interested in doing a contract with me, then I shall leave you be.
When Edgar did not respond, she took another step, thinking the man did not want any plans in what she was offering him. But then, he surprised her.
Meet me in my residence tomorrow. We will discuss further details there, and then I will give you my answer.
Really?
Alessandra was surprised he was actually contemplating her offer, but was even more surprised Edgar wanted her to meet him at his residence.
But I never leave here.
I gathered that much from all your sneaking around this place. Think of it as a test. I want to see how determined you are. I've spent far too much time at your home, but hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Edgar turned on his heel to go back inside to find her father. Alessandra began to panic as she thought of how she would meet with the Duke tomorrow. Was he really taking her seriously? What if this was all a joke and a crowd awaited her tomorrow only to laugh at her?
Oh my God!
We shall see each other tomorrow.
She promised.
Oh, Duke Edgar!
Kate Barrett, the younger daughter of the Baron Desmond, stepped outside. She heard the Duke was all alone and thought to give him some company. Seeing the Duke walking away while her father's daughter Alessandra was standing outside made her blood boil. Kate thought highly of herself. She used her looks to elevate her position amongst her peers. She believed she was more beautiful than anyone else. Dressed like a doll, Kate was hoping to have a word with the Duke and catch his interest.
We shall see each other tomorrow.
She begged her father to have a moment alone with the Duke, but Alessandra had stolen it away from her.
I hope she has not offended you, Duke Edgar. She was not supposed to be out here.
Kate glared at Alessandra, warning her to run away. Edgar stopped right beside Kate.
She has not offended me. Not like your father has.
Thank goodness.
It might be due to me being an only child, but shouldn't you be referring to her as your sister, or maybe even her name?
Edgar quickly picked up that the younger girl did not like the older one. Seeing the Duke speaking to her sister, Alessandra used this chance to run away before any of them would ask her to speak. Now that Kate knew she had spoken to the Duke, all hell would break loose tomorrow. Edgar listened quietly to the sound of Alessandra running away, while Kate tried to think of a good answer to what he had asked her. He wondered what Alessandra was so afraid of when it came to Kate.
You are correct, Duke Edgar. You see, when siblings argue, we tend to do petty things to one another. But I do love my sister. But, as you can see, she is extremely shy and can be awkward at times. That is why I was concerned that she might have offended you.
Kate put on her mask of being a good sister. She would do anything to make the Duke see she was a good person. There was no one else she saw worthy of being her husband.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
I am sorry.
Kate was caught off guard by him denying her advances.
You see, Duke, I had hoped for some alone time between the two of us. I wish to show you that I could make an excellent choice for your wife.
Edgar was annoyed with Kate, who could not take a hint. The Baron and his wife raised her to be like a spoiled princess. Fortunately, he had experience with an actual spoiled princess to know how to handle Kate.
What is it with this misconception that I am only looking for a wife that pleases me in bed?
You visit the red light district.
Edgar shrugged his shoulders, not seeing what that had to do with his future wife.
And what if I were to go there to read a book?
It is awfully loud there.
Enlighten me. How do you know of how loud it is there?
Edgar grinned, enjoying the sight of Kate realizing her mistake.
What on earth would the Baron's daughter be doing in a place like that? Except for listening to gossip of what others do there.
No, you are misunderstanding.
Kate tried to clear it up right away. She had never visited such a place.
Understand this, Kate. What you are doing now will never entice me. Besides, I've already received a better offer.
My lord!
There are plenty of other suitors to come and rescue you, princess. Excuse me.
Edgar left Kate behind, both utterly confused and embarrassed.
Go away! Nobody humiliates me like that. No one!
Alessandra took a look behind her to make sure she wasn't followed this far. What she heard when she walked into the kitchen was nothing but chaos. Servers running all around, trying to get the food out to the guests. She called for the cook. No one seemed to realize Alessandra was in the kitchen as they scurried about. And Alessandra preferred that they did not notice her.
Seems to be bland, don't you think?
Mario spotted Alessandra and turned to another cook.
Colorful.
The last thing Mario wanted was for Katrina or Baron Desmond to see Alessandra here.
They cannot deliver my food.
Mario closed the door behind them, releasing Alessandra's hand now that they were outside.
Which is full?
The Barretts had recently laid off half the staff. There were not nearly enough workers to get the daily tasks done, and now Baron Desmond and Katrina were hosting a massive party. Mario was frustrated and exhausted. He wondered why they suddenly wanted to have this many guests over.
Duke Collins is looking for a wife, haven't you heard?
Mario scoffed upon hearing this.
So that's why. They're throwing a whole party just for Kay to meet the man? I can only imagine she's like a fly bothering him right now.
I've spoken to him.
With a Duke? About what?
Mario did not see any reason for Alessandra to meet with such a man. He heard many stories concerning Edgar.
Allie, there are many bad stories about him.
Well, there are many stories about me and my mask. Do you believe those?
She asked, although she knew the answer. She was in no position to listen to rumors about others when the ones about herself were false. Mario went silent, as he had most definitely heard what people said about Alessandra.
Her mother put a hex on the girl. Anyone who gazes upon her face. Duh.
He had never seen her face, but he didn't believe it could possibly cause death.
Of course, I don't believe the stories, Allie.
Well, then I shall give the Duke a chance. I cannot tell you what I spoke to him about, but I'm hoping for some good news.
Is this concerning your escape plan? I do hope the Duke helps you get far away from here. It's a shame you can't go on your own. But with all the girls disappearing...
I hope they find the culprit and that the girls are still alive.
I overheard your father claiming to know something about it when I delivered him coffee. I was hired as a cook, but they have laid off so many people that I am now a maid. would be nice to be paid for the extra work.
Mario, when I get out of here, you should come with me. You've always been so kind to me. I wish to return the favor.
That is so nice of you. But I still owe the Baron from the money that I borrowed. It's gonna take me at least a year to pay it off. But then I will find you. You're the only Baron I can stand. I don't know what went wrong with the others.
If not for Alessandra, he would have thought the entire family was unbearable.
Mario, I have a favor to ask. Well, two. I am not close with the coachman, but you are. Will you speak to him about taking me somewhere tomorrow without telling my family about it? He might be scared of me and run away before I get to speak to him.
Mario was the only person she spoke to like this, as he did not believe the rumors about her killing people after they saw her face, or the rumors of her actually being a ghost.
That won't be a problem. I take it this trip has something to do with the Duke. I am wary of him, Alessandra. Even if you don't want to believe the rumors before meeting a person, there are still things that you need to keep in mind and be cautious of.
Mario was not a fan of Edgar.
I will take your advice, and I will be cautious. Besides, have my trusty little knife.
She took a small knife out from the pocket of her dress. Mario had stolen it a while ago and gave it to Alessandra as protection.
If he tries to do anything, then bang.
Be reminded that this is a knife, not a pistol. Now, what was that second favor you wanted to ask?
Someone inside the kitchen suddenly yelled out.
Food. Please.
Right away. I must get it before they kill me for being away for so long.
While Alessandra patiently waited for him to bring some food, she tapped her finger, following the rhythm of the faint music coming from inside the home. It was a song her father loved so much that he played it at every party he hosted. She closed her eyes to imagine what it would be like dancing around to the music, having small talk with others, and enjoying the food prepared. If only she did not have to wear a mask, and the rumors surrounding her didn't make everyone back away in fear when she showed herself. She could be free. She could be...
I got you a little bit of everything.
Mario returned with a plate of food and a jug of something to drink, but upon opening her eyes, Alessandra was met with the reality that she would spend the night alone with her kitten. But suddenly, Alessandra heard a sound at the front gate.
Open up, Barry! You got debts to pay!
Alessandra's father did not enjoy his wealthy guests peeking around his mansion.
Perhaps we find the party ourselves, gentlemen.
Stop! I mean, welcome, good sires. Allow me to guide you to the ballroom.
Hiding something, are you, Baron? For somebody like you who owes money to more than half of Lockwood, can't say I'm surprised. Where did you get the money for such a lavish affair?
Please, allow me to guide you to the ballroom.
Alessandra knew far too much about the trouble her father was in. Mario noticed Alessandra's mind seemed to be elsewhere.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking.
Alessandra didn't want to keep Mario from his work, so she quickly accepted his provisions.
Just 3 hours left, and then we finally get some peace.
Alessandra, it'll get better. The rumors, the way you live, your relationship with your father, everything will get better one day.
Mario offered reassurance, as he always did. It was in his nature.
You're trying to give me the whole rainbow at the end of the story.
No.
Mario hated that ridiculous phrase.
When was the last time you saw a rainbow in Lockwood? For all the time I've been in this town, I've never seen one. I say happiness will come when the next shipment of rum arrives.
There was a high chance Mario had already been drinking. He tended to bring up rum whenever he was drunk. Alessandra tried not to judge. Drinking was the only way Mario could bear all the work he had to do around the house. And it seemed he wasn't the only one enjoying copious cocktails tonight.
But makes me happy. I slipped you the good stuff.
I don't get drunk easily.
In that moment, it occurred to Alessandra that her high tolerance was probably a result of her frequent rum nights with Mario.
Just enjoy it. You don't have to be drunk to enjoy life, huh? I will see you tomorrow. Okay?
Mario had gotten in hot water for leaving the kitchen well on the clock before. He couldn't risk it happening again.
Okay.
The talk with Mario was enough to brighten Alessandra's mood and reassured her that her meeting with the Duke tomorrow would finally get her freedom from her family. When suddenly, Alessandra came upon a maid.
Them are so rude. Why can't they just get their own drinks? Just get your own drinks if you don't like the way I hold them.
Alessandra couldn't help but worry that the maid's reactive behavior could easily get her into trouble. Alessandra decided to warn her.
You shouldn't be so loud if my stepmother here.
The maid felt fear flood her body the instant she saw the mask. This was Alessandra Barrett, and she'd heard the rumors.
Please don't hurt me.
Hurt you? No.
Unless a food fight sprang up, there was no way Alessandra could hurt Aulon.
God, when will people start thinking logically and not believe all the rumors?
I'm just doing my job. Please, lady, don't kill me.
The maid believed the curse. She was worried seeing Alessandra's face was enough to kill her.
I'm not a monster. They are.
What the hell are you doing out here? Get inside. Beat you.
Leave it to Katrina to sniff out an agitated worker. Alessandra swore her stepmother had a sixth sense for hearing when anyone was bad-mouthing her. Alessandra wondered if that would make Katrina a witch or something else entirely.
Maybe she fell from the sky.
Alessandra finally returned to her lowly quarters. Her father would never let his guests wander here for fear of gossip. Knowing she was fully alone now, Alessandra could finally dance freely to the music that wafted from the ball. All she was missing was a fancy dress and a partner. This hall was often dark because the staff didn't upkeep the lanterns over here. But that didn't bother Alessandra.
The best song they played all night?
Alessandra hurried to her room. She had to feed her secret kitten that she was hiding.
Don't, Kitty. Hey, I told you not to come to the door. Oh, if somebody else saw you, they would take you away.
Alessandra nudged the kitten back into her room before anyone could see it. Oh, no.
Come inside.
Alessandra's father unfortunately only liked dogs and would not be on board for a cat in the house.
I swear you eat better than I do. Okay, fine. Here you go, kitty. Here you go, kitty. Not there. Look at that. Oh, there you go.
With the kitten distracted and the door closed, Alessandra could finally eat in peace. Without her mask on, she was free. There was no one around to criticize her. As she ate in silence, she felt a sudden anticipation for tomorrow's talk with Edgar. She wished tomorrow would come sooner.
Hopefully I'll see you again soon.
But someone close was getting suspicious of Alessandra.
You're hiding something, stepsister? And I'm going to find out what it is.
Alessandra woke feeling more tired than usual.
Milady, breakfast is here.
Suddenly, Alessandra remembered her conversation with the Duke the previous evening. It was very possible today was the day her life would change forever.
Milady? What is she still doing here?
Normally, the maid would just knock and leave quickly out of fear. Now, she was practically begging her to come to the door, which meant someone else was out there, impatiently waiting. Kate's curiosity about what Alessandra spoke about with the Duke must have been bothering her all night long. Though Alessandra was tempted to make Kate wait longer, now was not the time. If she wanted to see the Duke later, she'd need to play the role of dutiful stepsister.
I'd be nervous too if I had Kate breathing down my neck.
Your breakfast?
Alessandra was confused why her tray had been placed on the floor today if the maid was still standing there. But suddenly, Alessandra felt a crushing pain in her hand.
Good morning, sister.
Just like Alessandra predicted, Kate had been lying in wait.
I said, good morning, sister. Good morning, Kate.
Kate was very annoyed that she had to wait outside of Alessandra's room for so long. If only she had the spare key her father took away.
Did you have fun last night, Alessandra?
Yes.
Yes?
Kate detected boldness in Alessandra and hated it.
Just because you ran into the Duke last night, you think you had fun?
No, it's not that. I had fun in my room last night. The music reached my room.
Is that so? Tell me, what did you discuss with the Duke last night?
Kate needed to confirm with her own ears nothing serious had happened between the Duke and Alessandra. She'd be humiliated if it turned out he'd taken an interest in Alessandra and not her.
I did not notice him standing there as I was passing by. He called my name when I failed to address him, and then he scolded me, and then you could provide.
Kate wasn't ready to accept this was the full story.
What else?
He's talk about marriage and about you as an option. Nothing more, I swear.
Alessandra couldn't stand the pain, but Kate was still deciding if she believed her stepsister. Kate freed Alessandra's hand. She was pleased Edgar had spoken about her, but she wondered. Why on earth was he playing so hard to get last night when the two of them walked back into the party?
Of course he spoke about me, but who would want to speak to you, Frank? In any case, you shouldn't have shown him your face yesterday. What if he'd thought himself cursed and then came after us in anger? What would you have done then, freak? Do you think you would have been safe?
Kate pushed every ounce of her force into Alessandra's hand to hurt her as much as possible.
Then stay in your room, you miserable little...
This instant.
Desmond Barrett was hardly shocked to see his youngest daughter hurting his eldest.
But father, she... The Duke saw her last night, and they spoke.
You did? Why didn't the Duke mention this to me? I'll take care of this, Kate. Move along. Now.
Despite the pain in her hand, Alessandra tried to disappear quickly. A dispute with her father was the last thing she needed.
Alessandra, tell me what happened last night between you and the Duke. And why were you out of your bedroom? You know we were having a party. What if someone had seen you?
Nobody came with dinner last night and I was hungry. The garden is off limits. I thought I could run by quickly. That is all, Father.
Alessandra's words weren't enough for Desmond. The Duke seeing her could have ruined Kate's chances of marrying him. And Desmond couldn't afford to let that happen.
Fine. What did you talk about then?
He only asked if he could smoke there and then talk to me about Kate as a marriage candidate.
Really?
He'd been worried Kate did not successfully seduce the Duke last night. But now it seemed she had an effect on him after all.
The Duke is a very strange man. He must want to observe her a little longer. This is good. This is very good.
Edgar was someone Desmond needed to help him crawl out of the debt he buried himself in. It wasn't easy to live as grand as he used to. With his finances decreasing over the years, Kate finding a rich husband was their only hope.
Still, you shouldn't have gone out. What if I changed my mind and someone saw you out there?
Alessandra wondered if her father would rather she had starved.
I'm sorry, Father.
Yes, well, no use in scolding you now. Whoever didn't bring your food is to blame. And as for Kate, well, I'm sorry about your hand. She's just thinking about the family. We could be easily ruined by Edgar.
Desmond was still worried, but from what Alessandra had shared, it seemed she had not offended him. He decided to let the matter go.
You must get terribly bored being in this room all the time, Tell me, what do you need to pass the time? Tell your father, and I shall go fetch it.
Well, now that you should ask, I've run out of things to paint. I wish to paint the town. Could I possibly take an outing to explore new landscapes? I promise I won't let anyone see my face.
Desmond knew Katrina would never agree with this, but if they kept Alessandra locked away, she would try to leave her bedroom more. He concluded that it was best to give her a little bit of freedom, especially after what Kate did.
Promise me, you won't leave the carriage.
Alessandra feared she might go to hell for lying.
I promise. I would never lie to you, Father.
But miraculously, he seemed to believe her. Alessandra's plan was underway, but would she be able to keep her nerve?
Word to me, lady.
Duke Edgar Collins' estate.
Young master, your breakfast.
Alfred found it odd that the Duke was not seated at his desk as he normally was.
Good morning, Alfred. And thank you for the breakfast. Has anyone come to see me this morning?
Are you expecting someone, sir? Should I prepare breakfast for them?
As a little boy, the only times Edgar would look out the window were to look for his mother, so he'd know when to get out of her way.
I am not entirely sure. I extended an invitation to someone last night, but she has yet to arrive.
Duke Edgar was curious to see if Alessandra really would visit him. She was never seen out in public, so her coming all the way here to make a marriage contract with him was an intriguing prospect.
A woman? Visiting in broad daylight.
And what are you trying to say? That I am some sort of whore?
Yes.
Duke Edgar found Alfred's honesty amusing. Had it been anyone else, Duke Edgar would have sent them out, but Alfred was a longtime friend and father figure.
I am not. And you need to refrain from speaking of such things if she were to arrive, because who knows, she might become the lady of this house.
What?
Why are you acting like it's such a surprise if I were to get a wife?
Your exact words when the king suggested that you marry were, I'm never fucking getting married. I'd rather throw myself off the roof and die. But perhaps I misinterpreted those words. Apology.
You know, Alfred, I sincerely believe that I inherited my dramatic nature from you. And I do not plan to get married. Just the woman last night, she was so intriguing. And it would piss off the king and ward off anybody from surrounding me.
I do not understand. How could the lady's coming piss off the king and ward off others?
It will be self-explanatory if she were to come today. So if a Barrett arrives, you let them in. Anyone but the father.
Oh, Barrett? As in Kate Barrett?
This was not who Alfred had in mind to be Duke Edgar's wife.
Pray tell, did you have a drink last night at the party, Edgar?
I stepped out for a quick smoke.
A smoke, you say? Excuse me while I check on all your cigars.
What the fuck for, Alfred?
Duke Edgar wondered why Alfred seemed to think he'd been drugged.
If you think that Kate Barrett to be intriguing...
Oh, are you crazy? Look, the Baron has another daughter, Alessandra Barrett. The older one?
Thank heavens!
And you are aware of the rumors concerning her, right?
Anybody is better than Kate Barrett in my book. However, we do not know for sure if Miss Alessandra will even arrive. How long has it been since...
Something was definitely amuck outside, but what exactly was it? Alfred opened the door to find a maid, seemingly scared, handing him a paper before going back to her duty.
Someone's seen a ghost.
Alfred started to read the paper.
Oh my. It appears we are in for a surprise, sir. The Lady Alessandra Barrett wishes to have an audience with you.
Duke Edgar was pleasantly surprised Alessandra had come, and earlier than he'd expected.
Well, invite her into my study.
Yes, young master.
And stop bowing, Alfred. You're not some sort of priest. Alessandra Barrett. Interesting person you are.
Edgar wanted to be the judge if Baron Desmond truly had nothing to do with Alessandra wanting to get married to him. Their meeting could very well have been orchestrated. He told the Baron he was going out to smoke, and Alessandra conveniently appeared. And the only thing making Edgar believe this might not be a coincidence was the Baron not sending his younger daughter, Kate. Thanks to Mario's talk with the coachman, nothing about this visit would be mentioned to Alessandra's father.
This is huge. No wonder he's the biggest catch to get married. Duke, filthy rich. Whew. Good morning.
Morning.
Alessandra was surprised he had not flinched when he looked at her mask. She felt a sense of relief that the guards here weren't afraid of stupid rumors. Moments later, the large doors of Edgar's home opened up, revealing a man in butler clothes.
Welcome, Alessandra Barrett. The Duke is expecting you.
Alfred made sure not to stare at her mask, so as not to be rude. He made a mental note to tell the other workers to do the same.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Alfred was happy to shake Alessandra's hand. It was rare for Duke Edgar's guests to greet him like this, but Alessandra did it without a second thought.
Come.
And so Alessandra followed him into the estate. The Duke's home took Alessandra's breath away. He appeared to be a collector of many of her favorite paintings. She could have studied them all day. But then she remembered why she was here.
Oh, sorry, I did not get your name.
Alfred.
Nice to meet you, Alfred.
He's in here.
Alfred did not know how Edgar and Alessandra had gotten to the point of wanting to marry one another, but he could tell how nervous she seemed. He smiled to ease her fears. After all, he was starting to like having her around. Alessandra felt her heart skip a beat when the door closed behind her.
I wasn't expecting you to show up. But if you did, breakfast time wasn't my guess.
Was I meant to come in the night? As a thief would?
Her boldness shocked him.
Let's get on to business, shall we?
Alessandra's heart was beating out of her chest. Could she really go through with this? Alessandra lingered by the door, unsure how the Duke would react to her comment. To her relief, Edgar smiled softly. I suppose if you had come by night, my men might have taken you for a criminal, he shrugged, gesturing to the vacant chair across from him. Do take a seat. I'm most curious. How did you manage to leave your father's house, considering you are said to never leave? Did you deceive him, or did he permit you to come? Alessandra carefully considered Edgar's words as she lowered herself into the chair. I am not complicit with my father, Your Grace. In truth, he would never have consented to my visit. He would call me mad to think you would invite me into your home. Does your father dislike you? Edgar inquired bluntly. There was no use in circumlocution when the matter at hand was so pressing. I do not think he dislikes me, no. He is simply ashamed of me. Who would want a daughter with a reputation like mine in a world such as this? This comment cut the Duke in a peculiar way, causing a rare surge in sympathy. It is the duty of a parent to love their child regardless, he said, his voice softening. It is a pity you were born a baron's daughter. Were you born to a family of farmers, they would have cast you off to tend to the land, no doubt, but you would have known love in other ways. If I were the daughter of farmers, Alessandra murmured, they would have no need of me. Perhaps I'd be sold off to the highest bidder rather than hidden behind a mask. Indeed, it is because you are Barrett's daughter that this has come to pass, Edgar remarked, his tone quiet but knowing. In high society, jealousy is a common ailment, particularly among young women. Alessandra did not argue, conceding his point with a brief nod. Someone must have envied you greatly. I can see that now, Edgar continued. But tell me, why would one who has spent most of her life in hiding seek to marry someone as public as myself, someone constantly in the spotlight? Truthfully, Your Grace, Alessandra said, her voice almost apologetic, I never intended to ask you about marriage. It was merely a thought that slipped from my lips. I was searching for someone to marry, but I never imagined it would be someone of your stature. She took a breath and continued more earnestly. I have considered 3 things, Your Grace. First, you value privacy, so I would not be burdened by constant social demands. Second, I could protect you from the attention of others, particularly from those who would seek to intrude. And third, you are a man who could exert control over my family, should they become problematic. Alessandra had spent the previous night contemplating the practicality of such a marriage. A man of Edgar's influence would be the only one her father could not easily dismiss, and the mere thought of escaping her current home filled her with a sense of resolve. True, Edgar mused. I do prefer my privacy, though there are some occasions when social obligations are unavoidable. Family events or functions for business. How could I attend without my wife? It would be dreadfully dull if you remained in hiding. You misunderstand, Your Grace, Alessandra said, meeting his gaze directly. I never hid myself because I wished to. I did so because I was forced to. I would love to see the world, to attend parties, to dance and be seen. My confidence may be lacking, but I do not wish to live in the shadows anymore. Edgar observed her for a moment, a faint hum of contemplation escaping his lips. He murmured. A week ago, I would not have entertained such an offer. But today I find myself curious. Let's see where this leads. He placed a paper before her, the elegant edges of the stationery catching the light. What is this? Alessandra asked, her gaze moving from the paper to him. A contract, Edgar said smoothly. If we are to proceed with this arrangement, it must have terms and conditions naturally. He pushed the paper, ink, and a quill toward her. Shall we begin? Edgar asked, his expression unreadable. Alessandra's pulse quickened. She had not expected him to agree so readily. Is this too easy? She wondered, her mind racing. She had thought he might question her further, test her more thoroughly. What are you waiting for? Edgar's voice broke her reverie. Do you not trust me, Alessandra? Of course, she said, reaching tentatively for the quill. Then sign it and be free. This was her chance, to leave all the torture behind. Alessandra gasped as Edgar's fingers suddenly wrapped around hers before she could touch the paper. What happened to your hand? He asked, his gaze sharp. He examined the redness around her knuckles, then looked at her other hand, which was unmarked. Did you injure it? It's nothing, Alessandra muttered, quickly pulling her hand from his grasp. It is something, Edgar insisted. Now that you will be my wife, I do not take kindly to anyone hurting those I care about. Name the person, and I will see them punished. Alessandra hesitated. It was an accident, Your Grace. Just Edgar, he corrected. See to it that there are no further accidents while you remain at home. We will address this matter again later. His tone was resolute. Alessandra looked up from the paper. You are not my ideal, Edgar, she admitted, her voice matter-of-fact. So, you have a type? Edgar asked, his tone teasing, though it seemed as though he wanted to know more. I was hidden away, but I was not blind. Now, shall we continue? Alessandra asked, eager to move past the topic of affection. Certainly, Edgar replied. First, you must not speak of this arrangement to anyone, save for Alfred, my butler. He will act as your protector should the need arise. Secondly, we must communicate frankly and avoid letting small issues grow into larger ones. I find that sort of thing irritating. I agree, Alessandra said, nodding. And may I keep my mask on until I feel comfortable without it? That is entirely your choice. Edgar paused, his gaze fixed on her as he added, Lastly, we must share the same bed. Alessandra's eyes widened in surprise. Excuse me, Your Grace. Edgar. He corrected her once more, a hint of amusement in his voice. Did you think I meant something else? Just sleeping, Alessandra. I meant only for sleeping. Of course, sleeping is perfectly fine, Alessandra stammered, feeling embarrassed. She quickly looked back at the paper. Is there anything else? No, we have covered the basics, Edgar replied. Anything else can be dealt with in the future, should the need arise. Now please sign it. Alessandra paused, considering. What if someone breaks the contract? Should we not include a punishment clause? Edgar shook his head. The main point is confidentiality. If word gets out that we have entered into this arrangement, it will hurt you far more than it will hurt me. I shall remain a duke, but you will be the subject of ridicule. I trust you understand this. Alessandra nodded, understanding the weight of his words. Lastly, Edgar said, we shall be married forever. I thought that was understood. He looked at her expectantly. Be sure to add that to the contract. This is eternity. Forever? Alessandra murmured, her disbelief palpable. Yes, forever, Edgar replied casually. Do you plan on breaking your vows? Till death do us part, he grinned, clearly enjoying the horrified expression on her face. Well, at some point you will need an heir, she said cautiously. Of course, my wife shall bear me children, though don't worry, I am in no rush to have a little one running about the house. Edgar's distaste for children was well known. You wouldn't mind me having your child? Alessandra questioned, her mind in a whirl. Edgar sighed, meeting her eye. Yes, I wouldn't mind you having my child. If I did, we wouldn't be discussing marriage. If this is too much for you, we can still disregard it all. Alessandra's brow furrowed slightly, though it was not visible under her mask. I worry about what a child of mine might have to endure in this world. Others might attach the rumors about me to them. The Duke observed her concern. Alessandra, you do not yet understand the weight my name carries. Once you marry me, those rumors will disappear. No one will dare speak ill of you or our child, ever again, Edgar assured her, his tone firm. He knew how to silence gossip. He had ways of making people hush. If you tore out a man's tongue, you would hardly hear a word from him. People would soon learn to keep their opinions to themselves. Alessandra didn't ask how Edgar could guarantee such silence. There was too much truth to his words, and she suspected his power extended beyond what he revealed. He was speaking gently now, but there was a hint of something more dangerous in his demeanor. We can proceed with the contract, Your Grace, she said, finally beginning to sign her name. Giving him an heir wouldn't be a problem if he could protect the child. Once again, it's just Edgar, he reminded her gently. Sorry, Edgar, she corrected herself. I shall visit your father tomorrow to ask for your hand. This is just to ensure there are no more accidents at your home. He slid the paper from her side as she subtly hid her hands from his gaze. Would you like to stay with me until the wedding? He asked. It is not unusual, though some might think you are pregnant. Forever? Alessandra muttered in disbelief. Forever was a long time. Was she wrong to believe he would only want to do this for maybe a year or two? Wasn't that what the people in the books she read did? Yes, forever. Do you plan to break your wedding vows? Till death do us part. Edgar grinned, enjoying the look of horror on her face. He only planned to get married once, which was why it had to be with someone he could tolerate. At some point, you will need an heir, she said. Did he expect that to happen with her? Of course. My wife shall be the mother of my child, but no need to worry. I am not in the mood to have a child running around my home anytime soon. Honestly, Edgar had a dislike for children. You wouldn't mind me having your child? Alessandra didn't know how she fell into this hole of confusion, but she would really enjoy Edgar's help to pull her out of it quickly. You're starting to annoy me by not understanding what is simple, Alessandra. But I guess it would be a shock for you. Yes, I wouldn't mind you having my child one day, Alessandra. If I did mind, we wouldn't be here discussing marriage. If this is too much for you, we can still ignore all of this. I'm worried what a child of mine would have to go through in this world. Others might attach the rumors about me to the child. Alessandra pictured it in her mind. She wouldn't want anyone to experience being outcasted. Alessandra, you are not aware of the weight my last name carries. Once you become my wife, those rumors would fade away, and no one shall dare talk about you or a child in the future. Edgar had his ways of making people shut up. If you rip out their tongue, you would find it hard to understand a word they say. Eventually, they would shut up. Alessandra did not need to ask Edgar how he could guarantee that would happen. There was obviously some truth to how dangerous he was. She had a feeling he was being considerably nice to her right now with the way he spoke. We can carry on with the contract, Duke Edgar. She started to sign her name. Giving him an heir would not be a problem if she could shield the child. Edgar, he reminded her once again. Sorry, Edgar. I predict it shall take you a while to start calling me by only my first name. I will come to visit your father tomorrow to ask for your hand in marriage. It is to make sure you do not have any more accidents where you hurt your hand. Edgar slid the paper from her side while she hid her hands. Would you like to live with me until it is time for the wedding? It is not uncommon, though some people might think you're pregnant. Absolutely not, Alessandra exclaimed, as she did not want another rumor. The list of rumors about me is good enough. I do not need to add on pregnancy so early. Edgar scoffed, feeling a sense of déjà vu with her response. Anyone who would believe I have gotten you pregnant before marriage would be an idiot anyway. Then again, there are rumors that I sneak women into this house at night. Do you? Alessandra didn't find that hard to believe, but she wanted the answer from his mouth since she rarely believed rumors unless the person confirmed it. Edgar pretended to be offended, to mess with Alessandra. His eyes went wide. He gasped and placed his hand on his chest. I would never. Alessandra felt bad for even questioning it. I'm sorry. But there was some truth to the rumor. I didn't sneak the women in here. They jumped over the gates and my guards caught them.
One person who heard about it passed it on to another until the story changed completely. Rumors are such messy things when they are about me. There are some moments when they help me catch criminals.
Great. He has been assigned to investigate cases under the king's orders, Alessandra said to herself.
I shall hide the contract somewhere safe for no one to find. Now that the contract is over, have you eaten? Alfred can bring you breakfast, or have mine. I am not ready to eat with the work I have to do. I would have been done already if not for your father and his lie.
The Baron's party cut into his work time. The information he got from the Baron was not useful in any shape or form. It was something Edgar already knew about the missing girls. I'm sorry. My father used your name to gain a few more guests, and Kate fancies you, which was why my father felt pressured to have you there. Alessandra apologized, even though she had nothing to do with it. She cared for her father and did not wish to see his reputation falter. He loved it more than anything. After her mother ran away, it was the only thing he seemed to love, until he met Katrina.
Your father, stepmother, and sister shall not gain entry to my home after we are married. I am sure by now you know the type of people they are, and if you found them to be tolerable, you wouldn't be looking to marry a stranger to get away from them, said Edgar.
I don't mind. Alessandra didn't want to see her family too much starting now. I must leave now, Duke Edgar. I told my father I wanted a view of the town for me to paint, and if I do not return on time, he will be angry. I look forward to being married to you.
I hope my life becomes a bit more interesting with you around, Alessandra. Come, I will walk you out.
Edgar stood up from his seat. He could hardly wait for the king to find out about the woman he was marrying. It would teach the man to stop meddling in his friend's affairs. Thank you. Alessandra accepted the Duke's hand when he came to help her. You have a beautiful home. I am jealous of your paintings.
Do you enjoy painting?
It was the second time he heard her mention painting. He did not necessarily care about the art. He only brought it because of his mother badgering him to add more to his home. I do. It is relaxing and a fun way to pass time. It takes a bit of practice, but nothing will compare to the feeling when you finally nail the look you've been going for. Alessandra was so focused on talking about paintings, she did not realize she was still holding onto Edgar's hand. Edgar did not mind it, as he liked listening to her speak so fondly about her hobby.
Then I shall buy a couple of your works.
What? Why? Alessandra choked up. She had never let anyone see her work for them to be able to buy any of them. I am not a professional.
I should at least buy it from someone I know. I have no idea who the people are that made the art in my home. Pick out the best ones you have to be placed around my home. I shall let Alfred take down some of the ones I have placed up.
Are you crazy? Alessandra asked without thinking. Why on earth would he waste money on her paintings and take down the beautiful ones he had up?
No. My doctor said I am not crazy as long as I don't... Never mind. This shall be your home too. So you're free to decorate it as you see fit as the lady of this house. You should add pieces of what you like to make yourself at home, and I shall pay for it.
That makes sense, Alessandra muttered, now understanding what he was doing.
Shall I prepare an engagement ring for you, or is there no need for it?
Alfred appeared beside Edgar at the front door. He stood with his hands behind his back, watching Alessandra leave in her carriage.
Prepare the ring for tomorrow morning. We will be visiting the Barretts.
Edgar left the doorway once the carriage was almost out of his property.
Make sure no one speaks of seeing her here before then. Of course. Alfred closed the door behind Edgar. Should I also be the one to prepare the gifts for her family? Cigars from my collection for the father, some kind of jewelry for the mother and daughter, and paint for Alessandra. Lots of it. I need some of the paintings taken down, as I will be buying new ones from Alessandra to be placed. Also take away some of the things in my chamber for her to have. You'll be sharing a room, Alfred exclaimed. Edgar paused to look behind him at Alfred. Why is that so shocking? She will be my wife, Alfred. Aren't you the one who taught me to follow tradition? Young master, nowhere in the tradition I have mentioned includes this type of situation. Did the young lady agree to sleep with you? I hope you mentioned that to her first. No, I mentioned that last, along with her being the mother of my children. Edgar continued, walking back to the study. Children? Alfred gripped his chest, unable to handle the information. You're being dramatic again, Alfred. Edgar refused to turn around to check on Alfred. I have work to do. If anyone else shows up, turn them away. Don't ask me any more questions, or you will eventually add too much stress to your heart and die. Do you wish to die, Alfred? No, young master. I wish to see these children you speak of. I will get to it right away. Good. We're about to have some fun, Alfred, said Edgar. Meanwhile, Alessandra nervously sat in her carriage on the way back home. The situation dawned on her once she was away from Edgar and able to breathe normally. She pinched herself to be sure she wasn't still dreaming and had not woken up for the day. I'm going to marry Duke Collins, she said in disbelief. Who would have thought her asking him in the spur of the moment would lead to this? Who would have thought he would go along with it? I'm almost out of there. Today would be her last day dealing with her family. After Edgar arrived tomorrow, neither Kate nor Katrina would be able to interfere with her. They could get upset with her for being the one engaged to Edgar and not Kate, but they couldn't lay a finger on her. She would be Edgar's woman, and he was a man to never offend. I wonder what father would say. Will he finally show more interest in me? Alessandra leaned her head against the wall as she thought about tomorrow. He might try to convince the Duke to marry Kate instead. Oh, tomorrow will be a chaotic day. She closed her eyes, enjoying the peace while it lasted. As the carriage returned home, Alessandra wasn't surprised to see a figure standing with his arms folded by the door. Her father knew his wife wouldn't be pleased about her leaving home, and Alessandra had made sure to leave before Katrina could stop her. First Kate, and now it was Katrina's turn. When the carriage stopped, Alessandra opened her door herself, since everyone was afraid to get too close to her. She kept her head down to avoid looking at Katrina as she walked to the entrance of their home. Good morning, Katrina, she greeted the woman as she neared her. Katrina, on the other hand, did not return the greeting. Your father must have lost his mind to allow you to leave home. Do the two of you wish to sully this house even more? What would others say if they were to learn that you were riding around amongst them? I did not leave the carriage, Mother. Do not call me that. How many times must I tell you that I am not your mother? Your own mother ran away and left you here to be raised by your father. I am not going to do her job for her. Neither you nor your father seems to realize what I have to put up with a person like you. I made it clear you should not be seen. Katrina was furious to learn Desmond allowed Alessandra to leave without consulting her. Do you not understand the trouble you caused for us, Alessandra? Our reputation almost hit rock bottom because of that incident. Never ask to leave this place again.
or I will see to it that you may never leave your bedroom. Just the sight of you infuriates me. Why on earth couldn't you have followed your mother? I'm sorry. Alessandra apologized with her head still low. Get back to your room. Your presence drains my mood, and I am tired of seeing those masks. I cannot wait for the day you shall no longer be here. I hope you enjoyed your day out, since it will never happen again. Ridiculous, Katrina muttered, turning her back on Alessandra to leave. Alessandra touched her mask, making sure it was still in place. She speaks as if they weren't a part of why I wear it. One of the things Alessandra hated was how she had to act timid around her family. She found it best to pretend to be that way and take their scolding, but having to be that way was irritating. The second thing she hated was Katrina's need to constantly bring up her mother who ran away from her marriage. Katrina was speaking based on what her husband wanted her to hear, and not the entire truth. It'll all be over soon, Alessandra said to cheer herself up. It was unfortunate the day might go by slowly now that she really wanted tomorrow to come quickly. A lot could happen before it was time for Edgar to visit her home. Stay out of sight. It was the best thing to do in order to avoid more accidents happening. Edgar might have already picked up someone who had hurt her hand, but Alessandra did not want to involve him in her family affairs and drama. She was well aware he could punish Kate for her, but she did not wish for that to happen. Alessandra wanted to give her family the life they dreamed about, a life without her in it. Involving Edgar in it would only cause too many problems. It was best to cut ties with her family peacefully, as she did not hold a grudge for the way she'd been treated. Alessandra hurried back to her room to avoid running back into Katrina or meeting Kate again. However, upon reaching her door, she was puzzled to find it slightly ajar, as if someone had been inside of it after she left. It could have been Katrina confirming that her father allowed her to leave. That was what Alessandra hoped, but her anxiety increased seeing Kate standing by her window. Kate! She called out to her sister. You irritate me, Alessandra. Father was mad at me for what happened this morning and for not being able to talk to the Duke last night. It's all your fault, Alessandra. Remember that. The Duke? Kate exclaimed, almost choking on a piece of bread. Mother? She looked to her right. I was not aware that he would be visiting. Desmond, did you know of this? Katrina looked at her husband. There was so much she would have done if she knew the Duke would be paying their house a visit. Desmond was just as surprised as everyone else to hear the Duke was here. Edgar did not leave the party looking too happy after he was given the information about the missing girls. Was Edgar here to kill him? Or maybe there was a chance he was here for Kate. What are you doing standing here? Send the Duke in right away, Desmond ordered the maid. It wasn't right to keep the Duke waiting for so long. Should I change quickly? Kate stood, unsure of what to do. She knew she looked good, but was this good enough to impress Edgar? Sit down. If you run away now and return, it'll be too obvious to Edgar you went and changed. You must not let him know you changed clothes just to impress him. Remember to do as you were taught, Katrina said as she fixed her appearance by looking at her reflection in a glass. Kate did the same to fix anything wrong with what she was wearing. She pushed the biscuits away, regretting how much she had been eating. He is here, she whispered as Edgar entered the room, followed by the man everyone knew to be his butler. There were boxes in the butler's hands, which made Kate wonder if the Duke had brought them gifts, and if so, what was the reason? Good morning, Duke Edgar. To what do I owe this lovely visit? Desmond stood up to greet Edgar. He extended out his hand to shake with Edgar, but it was left hanging in the air.
Young master,
Alfred took a step closer to Edgar.
you are here to marry his daughter. Be nice,
he whispered softly. On the inside, Edgar rolled his eyes, but on the outside, he gave the Baron a smile and shook his hand.
I have something to discuss with you, Baron. Should we go to my study to talk?
Desmond pointed in that direction. He was curious about what the butler told Edgar to make him shake his hand.
No, it is something to discuss with your entire family.
Looking at the table, Edgar didn't miss how the table was only set for 3 people, which meant Alessandra did not eat with her family.
Entire family?
Desmond looked back at Katrina.
I see. Please have a seat. Would you like something to eat? No.
Edgar held up his hand to stop the Baron.
I have already eaten.
Edgar sat down in an empty seat, purposely avoiding the looks Kate was giving him.
Baron, you must be aware of the rumors that I am looking for a wife. After some time to think, I have made up my mind to marry your daughter, Alessandra.
Edgar wanted to get this out of the way quickly to see what his future wife was doing.
Alessandra!
The Baron was certain he heard Edgar wrong, but thanks to the gasp from Katrina and the look of horror on Kate's face, he knew he heard it clearly.
Duke Edgar, why would you want to marry Alessandra? There are many rumors around her that will affect your reputation. I am not the type to be concerned about my reputation. There are plenty of rumors surrounding me, so I hope you don't think of how they shall affect your reputation through me visiting.
Edgar replied, flipping the Baron's words. Edgar enjoyed the nervousness in the air as the Baron quickly tried to clear up what he meant.
You and my daughter are 2 different kinds of people. You are special, and your daughter is not.
Edgar glared at the trifling man. He had a low opinion of the Baron, and now that opinion was down below in the underworld. Desmond's palms started to sweat. He did not want to be viewed as a bad father.
That is not what I meant. Out of my 2 daughters, Kate would be the better choice. She is the talk of the town and has a long list of suitors, but she has been saving herself for a man like you. Then she shall be fine with my rejection. And I am not so certain about saving herself. The red light district is quite busy these days,
said Edgar as he recalled what was mentioned at the Baron's party.
What?
Katrina looked at her daughter in confusion.
Kate would never visit such a place, Duke Edgar. I agree with my husband that Alessandra is not suited for a man like you. Kate has been raised to be the perfect wife. The more all of you talk, I get the understanding that you have completely cast Alessandra aside. Is she not meant to get married? Should she stay with her father her entire life? I will say this only once. I am not interested in Kate.
Edgar shot down the advances for the last time.
I am here for Alessandra. Where is she?
Duke Edgar, it is rude of you to keep asking about Alessandra when we have told you she is not a good choice for your wife. If this is some kind of a joke between you and my husband, it is not funny. Surely you have heard the rumors, Katrina said in a calm tone, but on the inside, she was fuming. Katrina didn't understand why Edgar would come asking for Alessandra. He could not have fallen for Alessandra after the small conversation they had. That was impossible. Who would love someone like Alessandra?
I am well aware of all the rumors about your entire family. Is there some reason you are not bringing out Alessandra for her to speak with me? She will need to accept the proposal. Is something wrong with her?
Edgar looked to Desmond for the answer. The three of them looked nervous each time he mentioned wanting to see Alessandra. Surely she wasn't dead before they officially got engaged. The thing is, Desmond trailed off, uncertain of how to go about the situation. Alessandra needs to be sheltered from the outside world. People who have run into her are never kind, which is why she stays here with me. She is comfortable here with her mask. Kate, on the other hand, take me to her. Baron, outside of me doing this because I want to marry her, there is something truly odd about the relationship you have with your daughter. If there is a single strand of hair out of place, I will see to it that you are punished. Are we clear? Yes, Duke Edgar. I will bring Alessandra to you. Desmond stood up, but Edgar shook his head. Take me to her. Edgar was smart enough to know if he allowed someone to bring Alessandra, they would just threaten her. He wanted to see firsthand what life was like for Alessandra. Outside of the rumors, what pushed her to suggest a contract marriage? Katrina clenched her fists under the table. There was nothing they could do when the Duke was so determined to see Alessandra. If they were to claim Alessandra was sick now, it would only make things suspicious, as if they had done something to her. My poor daughter. Katrina could only think of Kate. Her daughter sat silently, trying to figure out why she wasn't the one chosen. Katrina didn't want her to marry a man crazy enough to propose to Alessandra, but this was the Duke. How could they allow Alessandra to marry a man with such status while Kate was ignored? She had a feeling Alessandra left off way more than what she spoke about with the Duke. Alessandra is not suited for you, Kate spoke up. The shock was over, and now she was ready to fight for what belonged to her. Edgar smiled, enjoying how much they were trying to push him away from picking Alessandra. I know better than anyone else who is suited for me, unless you are questioning my ability to think. Is there a reason I cannot see your daughter, Baron? Do I need to? No, I will take you to her right away. But Alessandra will give you the same answer, Duke. She doesn't like to be seen by others. I don't know what was discussed when you met her, but you might have gotten the wrong impression. Desmond was going to do whatever he could to switch the Duke's attention from Alessandra to Kate. Desmond always thought of the Duke to be strange, but not strange enough to want to marry Alessandra. He was sure once Edgar got a good look at Alessandra now, he would see Kate was a better choice. Baron, you talk too much, Edgar said as he stood up. The more the man talked, the more he was tempted to strangle him. But as Alfred said, he was here to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage, so he had to be nice. What? Desmond was taken aback by Edgar's words. He was merely trying to help him save his reputation. He was not convinced the Duke did not care about his reputation. Everyone did. I'm sorry. This way. He shut his mouth afterward. The Duke would change his mind anyway. Alfred, stay here, Edgar told his butler. Alfred would be his eyes and ears for whatever the two women said or did. Edgar quietly followed the Baron to Alessandra's bedroom. He wondered if she would be happy to see he had arrived early instead of delaying his arrival. Would she be happy to see the expressions on her family's faces? This is it. Alessandra! Desmond knocked on the door. He was hoping she would be sound asleep and would not be able to hear him. But to his surprise, she opened the door after the second knock. We have a guest. The moment Alessandra opened the door, Edgar's eyes went to one thing. It wasn't the blue mask she decided to wear today, but how red her eyes were. What happened? He asked. You see, I asked her, Baron. What happened, Alessandra? Edgar reached out his hand to rub below her right eye, which wasn't covered by the mask.
Tell me quickly.
Alessandra glanced at her father for a moment and saw how nervous he was. The Duke must have mentioned marriage already. My kitten was hurt yesterday and has passed away. I am on punishment, therefore I could not leave to bury it. Why are you here, Duke Edgar? She asked, feigning ignorance.
I have come to ask for your hand in marriage, but your family seems to think it is a bad decision. What do you think, Alessandra? Will you say yes?
I accept your proposal, Duke Edgar. Father, I would like to marry the Duke. Desmond was surprised to hear Alessandra accept Edgar's proposal, but he kept himself reserved.
Alessandra, the Duke is not an ordinary man. He'll be in the spotlight after you marry him. Why don't you take some time to think about it,
Desmond tried to usher her back into her bedroom, but Edgar placed his foot to block him from going near Alessandra. A small smile appeared on Alessandra's face upon hearing this. For the Duke to propose to anyone's daughter was a great honor, but as it was her and not Kate, her father was against it. Typical. I don't need time to think about it, Father. I wish to marry the Duke, Alessandra said, ignoring the look her father gave to her for not listening. She looked at the Duke instead. I would be honored to be your wife, Duke Edgar.
Wonderful. I have prepared your family a couple of small gifts for this moment, Baron. My butler has the gifts if you wish to see them now. I would like to have a word with your daughter. Alone?
Edgar added so the Baron would get the clear hint to leave. Gifts? Desmond's eyes lit up, hearing the one word. He heard nothing else Edgar said to him. He thought about the situation quickly now that there would be gifts involved. Edgar was a stubborn man, so pushing Kate when he clearly did not want anything to do with her wouldn't work, no matter how much they tried. Kate needed to seduce the man on her own. Alessandra was shy and needed guidance. Therefore, the Baron knew he could control and use her to get the Duke to help him out of the financial hole they fell in. Also, with Alessandra close to Edgar, Kate still had a chance to woo him before the wedding could happen. The big problem was Katrina. She might kill him if he allowed Alessandra to become Edgar's fiancée. He knew he had no choice but to keep pushing for Kate.
I can make this work in my favor.
Desmond mentally calculated all that he could gain from this.
Baron.
Edgar snapped his fingers in front of the Baron's face. They had been waiting a good minute or so, watching the Baron just stare at nothing.
Duke Edgar, well, I am honored you have taken an interest in Alessandra. As her father, I know what is best for her, and I shall decline your proposal. Again, I suggest you consider my daughter Kate. Alessandra, would you be so kind to step into your room for a moment?
Edgar said with a smile, but it was evident it didn't reach his eyes. Alessandra nodded, stepped back into the room, and closed the door. She jumped when there was a loud thud on the other side, like someone had run into her door. She didn't flinch the second time she heard the noise again. Is this the Duke's way of convincing someone? She asked herself. Her poor father must be trembling in fear. Why did she have to miss that sight?
Alessandra,
her father called, followed by a knock after. That fast, she muttered, opening the door to hear her father's decision. Alessandra watched Edgar fix the cuffs of his shirt, while her father looked distraught. He was here to ask for her hand in marriage, not cause a funeral.
After some time to think, it would be wonderful if you could get married to Edgar. He wishes to speak with you, so I shall leave.
Desmond ran off the first chance he got. His back was aching, thanks to Edgar lifting him up to throw him against the door. "What did you do and say to him?" asked Alessandra. It had to be something damaging to make her father give up on pushing Kate as his wife. "I am a man with a lot of information, and your father is a man with a handful of crimes in his pocket. I'll allow one of them to slip by this one time, but after we are officially married, I can't help it if he is investigated for them," said Edgar. "Wow," was the only thing Alessandra could say. She was amazed by how easy it was for him to threaten someone to get what he wanted. Knowledge certainly was power, and whatever the Duke knew scared her father. "Do you ever worry that others will kill you for knowing their business?" "If I am always one step ahead of them, I have nothing to worry about. Do not worry. Your husband will not die anytime soon. Can I come in to talk? Anyone could be listening to us." Edgar looked down the empty hall, but he knew looks could be deceiving. And sometimes walls had ears, thanks to secret places in homes. "Oh, right." Alessandra stepped aside for him to come in. She did not care about what gossip could form by him coming into her room alone, as they were going to be married anyway. "It's not as grand as your home, but it is my space to get away." "Seems more like a prison." Edgar had enough of them on his property to know a holding cell when he saw one. "This is your art." He picked up one of the canvases she had stacked up against a wall. "I prefer not to call it a prison. That would make my life seem much sadder. I like to think of it as the only place where anyone could be free." Alessandra intently watched Edgar inspect her bedroom. "From the looks of your family, I could see why you think that. Are you not allowed to leave here? Why weren't you at breakfast? Or was that your own choice?" He carefully placed the canvas back in its place. "I am on punishment," Alessandra said, not keeping what happened a secret. "Kate threw my kitten out the window, but as always, no one believes how she is. I am meant to be here until I'm ready to apologize." "If you do, I will not marry you." Edgar wanted her to have more of a backbone and no longer give in to what her family wanted. "I never planned to. My kitten died because of Kate's jealousy, and I would never apologize for how angry I'm feeling. I have to bury it once the punishment is lifted. Edgar, is it still an option for me to come and live with you until we get married?" Alessandra no longer wanted to stay with her family. Edgar leaned back against a wall, folding his arms. "No." Alessandra didn't understand why he wouldn't agree to it when he was the one to mention it first. "Why not?" "Alessandra, I won't have a wife who allows others to walk over her. Don't let them run you away from here with your tail between your legs, or allow them to torture you any further. You are going to be my wife. My name carries more power than you seem to realize. Use it," he advised her. Alessandra might not notice it yet, but things were slowly starting to change due to this one visit. Her family could no longer lay a hand on her because of her soon-to-be husband. "I did not want to use your name to deal with my family drama. I just wanted it to be able to leave," Alessandra replied. "It would feel wrong. You marrying me is already more than enough." "Do not run away from here a coward, Alessandra. Gracefully leave this place with your head up. I don't care how you use my name to torture these people here. Just do it. Stop pretending to be afraid because you think it's safer to cower than to fight back. That act you do ends now. Don't you agree?" Edgar extended his hand out for Alessandra to take for them to rejoin her family.
Start gaining that confidence you spoke of. There were a lot of things Alessandra wanted to do in her home if she had someone to back her. Not that she did. She almost let the opportunity slip to do as she pleased. Deep down, she was glad the Duke was pushing her in this direction. She was wearing more than one mask in her life. The physical one to hide her face, and the one she used to act timidly in front of her family. One of those masks had to come off today. Yes, she accepted Edgar's hand. Desmond, you cannot be considering Alessandra being the one to marry the Duke, Katrina said when Desmond returned to the table. He is hell-bent on marrying Alessandra, and she has agreed. I have no choice but to entertain it. Desmond took up a napkin from the table to clean the sweat dripping from his forehead. He threatened me. Still, we have to think about Kate here. Do you know how embarrassing it will be for her to lose Edgar to Alessandra? For heaven's sake, the girl wears a mask. Has the Duke seen her face? Something isn't right. Katrina couldn't make sense of what was happening. Did you find out what was said between the two of them the night of the party? Alessandra had to be lying. She must be threatening the Duke, Kate concluded. It was the only thing making sense to her. Kate, how on earth would Alessandra be able to threaten a man like Edgar when she is always here? Desmond was trying to make sense of the situation, but the theory Kate came up with was ridiculous. I have said many times that man is unpredictable. We will never understand why he picked Alessandra. Father, you can't allow him to marry her. I have worked too hard for a moment like this for it to go to Alessandra. She's only agreeing to this to irk me. I will speak with the Duke. Kate's chair screeched as she stood up. There was no way she would lose to Alessandra again. Speak with me about what? Edgar asked as he entered the dining room, but he was not alone. Alessandra was right beside him, holding his hand as she walked. I'm sure the Baron has told you the good news, that Alessandra and I shall wed soon. Alfred, the gifts? Yes, young master. Alfred moved as quickly as he could to place each of the gifts in front of the 3 family members. There will be more gifts to be delivered here, but this is just a small taste of what is to come. I hope it is to your liking. Do you wish to sit, Alessandra? Edgar pulled out a chair for her. Thank you, Alessandra replied and took a seat in the chair. The first person her eyes went to was Kate, since her sister was the one watching her the most. You have not opened the gift, Kate. You? Kate started, but stopped herself when she met the Duke's eyes. They were daring her to say something he wouldn't like. Why is he acting like this now? She thought. Alessandra, please enlighten us about what is happening. Why did you say yes to the Duke? You are not one to want to get married, said Katrina. No one has ever asked me, Mother. I am thrilled to marry a man like the Duke. I've heard many good things about him, thanks to Kate. Isn't he a good man, Kate? Alessandra glanced at her fuming sister. He was mine, Kate replied, ignoring her father, signaling for her to shut up. She sat back down, unable to stand and watch the Duke be protective of Alessandra. I don't remember ever giving you that idea, Kate. I thought we had gotten rid of the drug which causes one to see things that are not real. Are they still around, Baron? Edgar said as he stood over where Alessandra sat. Of course not. It has been gotten rid of a long time ago. As I recall, you took quite a few of them. I would hate to know your younger daughter has gotten her hands on them. If that is the case, I shall pity her desperate attempts to gain my affection when I stated I would never have any romantic feelings for her. I can take you to get treated, Edgar offered Kate. Her delusion in thinking they were something more than strangers irked his soul. I would have been able to take you at the same time I would have taken Alessandra's kitten to be healed, but it has unfortunately passed away. To be thrown against something is quite painful. Isn't that right, Baron? Edgar subtly recalled his earlier conversation with the Baron. Yes. Desmond could still feel the pain from being thrown against Alessandra's door by Edgar. No offense, Duke Edgar, but you cannot waltz into our home and get involved with our family issues. You are not married to Alessandra as yet. Whatever happened to the kitten is none of your concern. Alessandra knows there are no pets allowed. Katrina did not want the issue with the kitten discussed, since Kate's name would be mentioned. Forgive me. Alessandra is now my fiancée, and anything that makes her upset concerns me. I care for her so much I could kill anyone who upsets her. Edgar glared at Kate. He had a feeling out of the three, Kate was the one harming Alessandra the most. He had one thing in common with Alessandra so far, a dislike for Kate. Kate fidgeted in her seat as she picked up on the warning Edgar was sending her. She clenched her fists out of anger under the table, to the point her nails were painfully digging into her skin, but she didn't feel anything. Edgar placed his hand on Alessandra's shoulder for her to start speaking up. I have not eaten yet. Please, set the table for me, Mother, Alessandra said to Katrina. Katrina scoffed, disgusted by Alessandra calling her mother and ordering her to set the table for her. She's finally showing how crazy she is. Katrina bit her tongue to refrain from arguing with Alessandra. The Duke was standing behind Alessandra defensively, like an animal waiting to attack anyone who offended its master. Katrina had many things to say to Alessandra, but she would wait for when the Duke left. Katrina, do it now. Desmond felt like he was the only one seeing the gravity of the situation they were in. The Duke, for some reason, was smitten by Alessandra, which meant they could not trouble his daughter or Edgar might truly kill them. Desmond knew the true face of Edgar Collins, unlike his wife and daughter. The man was merely toying with them right now, but once he got bored, his true personality would show up. Thanks to the punishment, I have not eaten since yesterday morning. You have to hurry before the food becomes cold, Mother. Alessandra made sure to add emphasis to the word mother to get under Katrina's skin. She planned to make this house uncomfortable for the three of them, just as it was for her. I will be back. Katrina suddenly didn't mind leaving, since she needed to grab hold of something to break. Why aren't there maids stationed in the dining room to fetch whatever you need? Asked Edgar. He knew the Baron was running low on funds, but he did not know it was this bad. Why did the idiot just throw a party when he could have used that money to hire more workers or to invest in something? Desmond's forehead continued to sweat as he felt embarrassed. If you had given me a notice you would be arriving, I would have placed the maids in here to serve you and Alessandra well. You're saying I should have given you a heads up so you could place an illusion as if you have many workers? Edgar saw right through Desmond's bullshit. Alessandra smiled, enjoying her father being called out and the sight of him unable to talk back to the Duke. She realized now that her father could only pick on those he viewed as beneath him. Alessandra finally saw how pathetic he truly was. While Alessandra was enjoying her father breaking down, the sight of her smiling angered Kate even more.
Are you enjoying this, Alessandra? This is ridiculous, Kate scoffed. Don't think this will last long. You should work on getting over your jealousy, Kate. Green is not a good look for you, Alessandra replied. Edgar snickered due to the fact Kate was wearing a green dress, so Alessandra's words had a double meaning. He wanted to applaud her for slowly coming out of her shell. You! Kate smacked the table and abruptly stood up. Do you think his interest in you will last long after he sees what is under that mask? Edgar, before you confirm this marriage, shouldn't you take a look at her face? Aren't you curious about what she's hiding? She's truly repulsive once you see it. Shall we show him, Alessandra? Alessandra could not respond to Kate's words. She could not show Edgar her face yet, as she was not that confident. There is no need for me to do that, Edgar answered in place of Alessandra. I have seen her face without the mask before. How dare you stand here and lie about her face to me? Alessandra's eyes went wide upon hearing his confession. She could not place where the Duke would have ever been able to see her face without the mask. She only took it off in her bedroom. Unless he saw her when she was younger, before the accident happened, and she chose to wear a mask. I'm lying about her face? Kate said the words slowly to make sense of them. How on earth could she be lying about how disgusting Alessandra's face was? It led her to believe Edgar had not seen Alessandra's face and was lying to her. I am not the liar here, Edgar. I will excuse you for what you said. As they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You don't seem to have a good eye, Kate. Alessandra's beauty is none of your concern, as you are not the one marrying her. I suggest you either sit back down or leave before you irritate me more than you already have. Edgar, please be kind to my sister. Kate has always liked you, so this will be hard for her to handle. Please understand, Alessandra said, adding salt to Kate's wound. I am the only sane one here. Kate stormed off, tired of trying to be the voice of reason for Edgar. I will speak with her, Desmond said, then scurried off to stop Kate. He felt the need to smack common sense into her since she wasn't using her brain. Kate, wait for me. Do not walk away from me. What do you want, father? Kate turned around, revealing tears threatening from her eyes. Are you here to make me go back and play nice with Alessandra? That was supposed to be me. She is stealing my dream, and you were just letting it happen. All for what? A gift? You stupid girl. Do you think I wanted Alessandra to be the one to marry Edgar? I already made a deal for her to marry someone else, and now I am screwed. You have not lost Edgar yet. Desmond looked off to the side, plotting how they would make use of the situation. Kate wiped away a fallen tear, confused as to how she had not lost. He came to ask for her hand in marriage. Kate, it takes a while to plan for a wedding, and there are those moments where the person you are looking to marry can change. Edgar might start off wanting to marry Alessandra, but if you play your cards right, his attention can shift to you. You need to stop acting like a child, he scolded her. Desmond had a full view this morning of why Kate never caught Edgar's interest. She was too impulsive and childish in front of Edgar. She was acting like Edgar was just a random man off the street. When in the presence of the Duke, you must act like a refined lady. Alessandra will be your tool to get close to the Duke. Alessandra is scared of you, so be kind to her in these coming days. If she complains to the Duke about you, he will not want to be around you.
Go back there and apologize for what you did to that kitten. Father! Kate exclaimed. It was one thing to play nice with Alessandra, but it was another to have to apologize when Alessandra deserved it. It was just an animal anyway. You! Desmond raised his hand in the air to slap Kate, but stopped himself. Kate, so help me, I will slap you. Do you think you'll get close to Alessandra when she is upset about the kitten? You can't get to the Duke if you don't have a good relationship with her. What matters most now? Your pride or letting Edgar slip out of your fingers? Edgar, obviously, Kate muttered, but it still hurt her deeply to have to apologize. My wedding better make everyone jealous of me. She finally agreed to her father's plans. Good. Desmond clapped his hands. We must go back now. Father, who's the man you had to marry Alessandra? I never heard anything about it from my mother, said Kate. Just an old friend. It'll help us settle some debts. Desmond remembered the deal offered to him. His friend had a taste for unique things, and nothing was more unique than his rumored masked daughter. I see. That is a fate more suited for Alessandra than living as the Duke's wife. Kate grinned, picturing Alessandra's face the moment she would learn she would not be the one marrying the Duke in the end. Desmond and Kate walked back into the dining room to find Katrina placing a plate of food in front of Alessandra like a maid serving her master. Alessandra did not thank Katrina for fetching the food. Instead, she picked up her fork to taste the eggs. You see, you took so long and now the egg is cold. I have never enjoyed cold eggs, Katrina. Why do you keep giving them to me? We're back. Desmond cut off Katrina before she could say the wrong thing. Alessandra, Kate has something she wishes to say to you. He pushed Kate forward. I'm sorry. The bitter words left Kate's mouth. For? In Alessandra's opinion, Kate had a lot to be sorry for. Therefore, she needed to be more specific. Hurting your kitten. You did more than hurt it. The animal died. If you're going to apologize, do it right. Edgar interjected. If this was the best apology she could come up with, she could save it. Feeling warmth against his hand, Edgar looked down to see Alessandra had touched his hand, an indication to let him know she would handle this. I am sorry for killing your kitten, Alessandra. My emotions got the best of me yesterday, and to hear that the kitten has died makes me feel really bad. I'm also sorry for the way I have acted toward you in front of Edgar. I hope you will be happy with him. Please forgive me. Kate dug her nails into her skin as the words left her mouth. Alessandra wanted to laugh in Kate's face. They really thought she was stupid to not realize they were going to play her. She knew her father and Kate better than they realized, but instead of calling them out, she wanted to have fun. Apology accepted. That's good, Desmond smiled, glad Alessandra was quick to forgive Kate. His daughter was always too kind for her own good. I was not finished, father. Alessandra looked at her father with clear annoyance written all over her face. Since she has admitted her fault in the matter, she should take responsibility for burying the kitten. Kate is not your maid. Do not take things too far. Katrina tried to step in before Alessandra could make Kate look like a fool. Kate was a baron's daughter, not a maid, and she would be damned if she allowed Kate to dig a grave. It's fine, Mother. It shouldn't be too hard to dig a grave for the kitten. It is my fault after all. Hopefully, with this, we can mend our relationship, Alessandra. Kate held out her hand to call a truce between her and Alessandra. Alessandra merely looked at Kate's hand, not moving to accept it. She had a better idea just from looking at Kate's hand.
It was clear Kate never had to lift a finger in her life. I just remembered. I heard the gardener below my window saying the shovel we have is broken. Kate retreated her hand, secretly glad the shovel was broken. Too bad. We'll have to wait for a new one to arrive. Not really. The hole wouldn't need to be too big. I remember Katrina making me tend to the garden with nothing but my hands as a punishment. It shouldn't be too hard for you, said Alessandra. Kate scoffed, disgusted by what Alessandra was suggesting. I hope you are not expecting me to dig out a hole with my hands, Alessandra.
That is what I am expecting, Alessandra stated the obvious. It was never an issue when Katrina made her do it, and Kate would stand right beside her mother, laughing. It has to be quick before the kitten starts to smell, and I want to give it a proper send-off quickly. I'm sure it won't be too hard for Kate, said Desmond. It was so minor in his eyes compared to what they were looking to achieve. If Alessandra had asked him to do it, he would have done it in a heartbeat. That's easy for you to say when you aren't the one doing it. Kate glared at her father. Kate put on her best smile to push through Alessandra's punishment. I shall get to it right away. She would have to sacrifice one of her pairs of gloves to do the job since she was not going to let her bare hand touch the soil. Kate also had a way to get back at Alessandra for making her do this lowly job. Katrina watched in horror as Kate walked away to dig a hole with her hands. Her daughter must have lost her mind at the same time her husband did. Kate, she called, chasing after Kate to stop her from embarrassing herself. Alfred, the final gift, please, Edgar said, now that the drama was partially over with. He had the final piece to confirm his engagement to Alessandra. Yes, young master. Alfred showed a small box he had with him. You are too kind, Edgar. The gift to me was already enough. Desmond rubbed his hands, patiently waiting to see what else he was going to receive. This is not for you. Edgar glared at the greedy man. This is for my future bride. He got down on one knee beside where Alessandra sat and opened the box to reveal a diamond ring. Alessandra had completely forgotten about a ring. She was taken aback by the size of it, as all the jewelry she had was small in comparison to it. Won't that be uncomfortable? She wondered. You don't like it. It's a family heirloom. Edgar snapped the box shut after seeing her reaction to the ring. There was no point in giving her something she wouldn't like. As quickly as he got down on one knee, Edgar got back up. I will find you something better by the end of the day. Well, wait, Desmond stuttered, confused as to why Alessandra didn't like such a big ring. She would probably be wearing their house on her finger. Give her a moment to think, Duke Edgar. She must be in shock at how splendid it is. Well? Edgar waited to hear it from Alessandra, but it was clear from her body language she did not like it. Alessandra thought it would be rude of her to not accept the ring he brought to her, but she couldn't imagine walking around with such a large object on her finger. She preferred to be honest with the Duke, and considering he didn't look offended, she knew he wouldn't mind. It is too large, she softly replied. There is nothing as too large, Desmond argued, annoyed by Alessandra's response. This was why he'd rather have Kate be the one to marry Edgar. Kate knew the value of material things and how much they mattered. Alessandra was nothing more than a fool. I will find something more suited for you. Edgar dismissed the Baron's comment. There was something too large if Alessandra didn't like it. He made the mistake of not finding something Alessandra would like instead of giving her what was passed down for generations. The ring he brought was made for a woman long ago and passed down to her children. At some point, one had to consider the women being proposed to would like a ring made for them rather than one made for someone else and passed down. When we meet again, I shall place that ring on your finger. Baron, send Alessandra with all her things to start living with me in 2 days' time. I shall have a separate bedroom for her until we are wed, and you have my word I shall not touch her.
Alessandra was surprised to hear he wanted her to come live with him in 2 days' time. She'd asked to come live with him while they were in her bedroom, only to be rejected. And now he was saying yes. She could not figure out what Edgar was thinking. What? Desmond asked in belief. It was not in the plan for Alessandra to go live with Edgar. If she did that, there was no way for Kate to be able to interact with him, as Edgar won't casually visit their home. I don't think that's a good idea. What will the people say? It's not the first time a woman has stayed with her future husband until the wedding, and it will not be the last. There is a lot to be planned, and many dinners for Alessandra to attend. I would rather have her next to me than the back and forth. It is nothing to discuss, as it is final, said Edgar. Alfred, prepare the carriage for us to leave. This house is starting to irritate me, Edgar muttered as he started to feel uncomfortable. His hate for the Baron's house did not decrease. Come see me out, he told Alessandra. Excuse me, Father, Alessandra said, stepping up from her seat to walk with the Duke. She held on to Edgar's hand, walking side by side as they followed the butler out while leaving her father in a panic. You can finally breathe now, Edgar said when they got outside, away from prying eyes. Alessandra stumbled as she stepped outside the home and would have fallen if not for Edgar holding on to her. I can't believe I just did that. Her knees had suddenly gone weak as what she did dawned on her. I enjoyed the show, Alessandra. Finally, some good entertainment in the Baron's home. I'd bet it felt really good to speak to them like that, said Edgar. Alessandra's fire had only started to burn, and he would shield her from anyone looking to put it out. He saw something in her today that no one else did. The town had no idea what was coming their way. With his help, Alessandra would become a woman to not be messed with. It did feel good. I am used to making up these kinds of scenarios in my head, and now it has finally happened. I did forget how to breathe back there, and I was so nervous I would have tripped over my words. Alessandra clutched her dress, finding the moment to be surreal. You did good. Edgar patted her head. The show was 10 times better for those watching Alessandra, and it would be even better when she becomes more confident in herself. Alessandra looked down at the floor, feeling strange to receive a compliment from Edgar and a pat on the head. It felt nice to have someone do this for her. She wanted to work harder to receive more compliments from him. Thank you, she replied. Edgar smiled, viewing Alessandra as a small kitten, something he needed to nurture and protect. Duke Edgar, Desmond said, interrupting the moment. Edgar rolled his eyes, taking his hand away from Alessandra's head. What is it, Baron? I came to see you off as you were my guest. Please, come again. Alessandra, I want to have a word with your father. Until next time. Edgar picked up her right hand and kissed the back of it. Okay, Alessandra replied, leaving to give the two men some privacy. As she passed by her father, she saw how nervous he became to speak with Edgar all alone. Do not sweat, Baron. I want to have a civil conversation with you. Come closer. Edgar motioned for him to do so. Closer, Baron. Yes. Desmond felt déjà vu at this moment, but Edgar had already gotten what he wanted, which was Alessandra. Therefore, there was no need for him to be attacked again. Edgar, wait, he exclaimed as Edgar's hand grabbed hold of his slender neck. One strand out of place. One cut on her skin. One complaint from her mouth, and I will kill you and your wife. Edgar gripped Desmond's neck tighter for the Baron to understand he wasn't playing around. Treat her well while I'm being nice to you. Understood? Desmond quickly shook his head, unable to use words thanks to the grip on his neck. Any more tighter, and Edgar just might break it. What part of this was being civil? Good. Edgar released the Baron's neck with a shove. Look at you, all disheveled. He fixed Desmond's shirt, smoothing out the ruffled parts. Desmond kept his head down, bearing with Edgar harshly patting his shoulders to smooth out his clothes. Never in his life was he so embarrassed by someone coming into his house and treating him like he was not the owner. I don't look forward to you being my father-in-law. There's so much I had to kill you for, but since you are loved by your daughter for some reason, I shall keep you alive. Do you understand what I mean, Baron? If Alessandra's love for you runs out, I shall consider killing you. I understand, Duke Edgar, said Desmond. I am handing you the opportunity to correct the mistakes you made with her. See to it that you do not ruin this for her. As much as Edgar disliked the Baron, he could tell Alessandra was longing for positive interaction from her family, and from what he witnessed today, the Baron was the one she was most likely to get it from. He was putting the task on the Baron to ask as a father in 2 days, and to shield Alessandra from the two women. Whether or not Alessandra would like her father's newfound interest in her was completely up to Alessandra. Alessandra and her father could either have a heart-to-heart moment where the Baron apologized for not properly protecting her, or Alessandra would see there was no hope for her family. Edgar, would you? Desmond trailed off when he heard footsteps walking away from him. He looked up to see Edgar walking back to his carriage without saying goodbye. I should have just hit him when he was here. That little shit, Desmond muttered. He can only act like this because of his name and the king. Does he think I'll let him get away with treating me like a fool inside of my home? Where on earth is Alessandra? Desmond went back inside to look for his oldest child. She had not told the truth about what she discussed with the Duke at his party, unless she was going to say Edgar fell in love with her at first sight. What bullshit, Desmond cursed. Alessandra wore a mask covering half of her face. She had ruined her beauty a long time ago. There were countless beautiful young women like Kate for Edgar to fall in love with. Alessandra! Desmond yelled after finding the dining room to be empty. Katrina had brought the plate of breakfast for nothing, as it was still on the table untouched. Alessandra! His voice thundered through the home. Yes, father? Alessandra came from the direction of the kitchen. She was going to let Mario give her warm food until she heard her name being called. Now that Edgar was gone, everything would go back to normal. Care to explain to me how this union between you and Edgar came about? Do not talk about love at first sight. Am I not beautiful enough for Edgar to fall in love with me at first sight, father? Remember when I was younger, you would parade me around and show everyone how beautiful I was. Alessandra smiled, remembering the faint memory. That was before... Before this? Alessandra touched her mask. It was. What a long time it has been. Everything changed after that. You cannot blame me for what happened, said Desmond. I blame you for not taking control of what happened afterward, father. And yes, I blamed you for what caused it. The Duke did not fall in love with me at first sight, father. Such a thing would never happen. Alessandra truly believed her words. She was many things, but not a fool. Then what was said between the two of you? Tell me everything from the beginning. Desmond's curiosity had become unbearable. He had to know what Alessandra did that Kate could not after all these years. I already told you what was said, Father. I do not know why the Duke picked me instead of Kate. I'm sorry the daughter you wanted with him was not chosen. Is that all, Father? Is there nothing more you have to say to me? She was waiting for him to truly state what he planned to do about her engagement. Alessandra already knew he would do everything in his power to somehow get Kate to take her spot. To her surprise, he said something completely different. All eyes will be on you, Alessandra. Do your best. What are you going to eat now? Desmond was doing just as the Duke instructed him to. Although he was angry with Alessandra about a few things, now was not the time to grill her when Edgar was so adamant about killing him. Alessandra was unable to respond for the first couple of seconds. She did not get the reaction she was expecting. Therefore, she did not know how to react. She wondered if the Duke said something to her father to make him act like this. I am going to the kitchen for warm food. I see. Forgive Kate and Katrina for the things they have done. You have to understand their point of view. When you are done, go back to your... Desmond had to quickly stop himself. He was making the mistake of sending Alessandra back into her bedroom to be out of sight. Do whatever you want. Understand their point of view? Alessandra wanted to laugh in his face for saying such a ridiculous thing. Why did she have to be the one to understand everyone's actions towards her and have to forgive them? Why couldn't everyone else admit their faults instead? To see her father have no shame in saying these things was disgusting. Her father was only trying to play nice to avoid Edgar's wrath. I picked a good man, she thought, as Edgar was doing a good job in shielding her so far. Edgar handed her the opportunity of 2 days where her family had to play nice to her. They could do nothing in those 2 days, for when the Duke arrived to collect her, should there be anything out of place, he would take his anger out on them. Alessandra accepted the illusion of having a family who got along with her for 2 days. She wanted to see what life would have been had she not been outcasted for most of her life. Even if it was all fake, she would enjoy it to the fullest. Thank you, she replied to her father. It would be fun to mess with them while they could do nothing but hold in their anger and smile. A perfect ending to their ill-fated relationship. After these 2 days, she would completely cut ties with her family, ending on a fake good note rather than arguing. Excuse me, I'm going to find Kate and Katrina. Alessandra watched in amusement as her father turned his back on her to go plot with Kate and Katrina. Edgar was right to not let her come stay with him so easily. There was so much fun for her to have here. Kate, you must be out of your goddamn mind if you're thinking of digging a hole. She has no right to order you around. Get up. Katrina bent down to pull Kate up from the ground where Kate was squatting. Mother, we only have to play nice for now. Father is going to find a way to make me be the one to marry the Duke. Kate shook off her mother's hands and continued to dig. Ah! She yelled, falling to the side when an earthworm popped out of the dirt. That is why I said to get up, Kate. Katrina stepped back as she, too, was afraid of the tiny creature. This is ridiculous. This is so gross. This better all be worth it in the end. I am not letting her take what's mine. Kate used a stick to fling the worm from in front of her. Father already has someone he's going to marry Alessandra off to, so she can't marry Edgar. Really? He never mentioned anything to me, said Katrina. You wouldn't have kept your mouth shut if I did. Kate,
Alessandra is going to the kitchen. Get someone else to do it.
Desmond didn't like seeing his daughter looking like a servant. You there, Kate called out to a passing maid. She was more than happy to make someone else do the dirty work. Finish digging this hole with your hands right away. Did Edgar leave, or is he in the kitchen with Alessandra? I want to have a word with that girl.
You can't, Katrina. The Duke made it quite clear if we mess with her in the 2 days she's here, he will kill both of us. I wouldn't take his words lightly.
Desmond coughed, still feeling Edgar's grip around his neck.
Play nice with her.
Katrina couldn't believe Edgar threatened to kill her. She placed her hand on her forehead as she almost stumbled backward from the shock. Wasn't it enough that Alessandra stole Edgar from Kate? She must have placed a spell on that man. Was she really cursed? I told you we should have thrown her out long ago, but no one ever listens to me. What do we have to do now, Father? Edgar seems to be wrapped around her finger if he threatened you. Alessandra must have cursed him. Kate was starting to believe that more than anything else. Desmond didn't believe it like his wife and daughter, but he couldn't understand what was happening. He was starting to question if the Duke really did fall in love with Alessandra at first sight.
I can't allow Alessandra to go live with the Duke on her own in 2 days.
She's going to live with him? In his big mansion? Kate exclaimed, taken aback by this news. Father! She whined, stomping her right foot repeatedly. It wasn't fair Alessandra would get the luxury of living with Edgar.
I'm going to send you there with her as an escort. That is the only way I will allow Alessandra to go with him, and it's the only way for you to get close to the Duke. This is your last chance, Kate. If you mess this up, there is nothing else I can do for you. You must seduce Edgar while you're there.
It would be better if I became pregnant with his child. He would have no choice but to take me instead of Alessandra. We all know the Duke isn't going to sleep with her, and he's still a man. He needs someone to lay with, Kate suggested. She didn't mind sleeping with a man like the Duke when she wasn't wed.
Kate!
Katrina wasn't so sure of this. It was best for Kate to keep her virtue.
I agree with Kate,
Desmond said, ignoring the fact that Kate would be sleeping with someone when she wasn't married. He found the whole virtue thing to be ridiculous now.
She just needs one try to get pregnant. We wouldn't have to worry about her virtue as she'll end up with the Duke.
As much as Katrina wanted Kate to be with Edgar, she preferred to continue with the principles she raised Kate with. To only sleep with a man she was married to, or else she would be ruined.
Are you sure you can do this, Kate?
Of course, Mother. His only other option would be Alessandra. Do you really want her to become the Duchess instead of me? I will seduce the Duke and have his child. It would help if his mother would come around. She likes me. Kate recalled her run-in with the woman. Due to chasing around behind Edgar, Kate had met his mother once before, and after a short conversation, his mother was rooting for her. I should start picking out my finest dresses now. Excuse me, Mother, Father.
Kate, you have to finish burying the kitten. Don't do anything stupid these 2 days.
Desmond was worried for his life and didn't trust Kate to understand the gravity of the situation.
Do this first. Let Alessandra know you are done, and then start packing.
Yes, Father. I will get the kitten. Kate was so excited to go live with the Duke that she had forgotten her plan to get revenge on Alessandra for making her dig a hole with her bare hands. Kate hurried off to go to Alessandra's room before she would return to her bedroom. The dead kitten wasn't the only thing she was looking to get. There was something else valuable in Alessandra's room that deserved to be buried. Do you really think I would let her get away with stealing what belongs to me? Kate opened the door of what she liked to call the vilest room in the home. It belonged to someone who should never have existed. Oh, that stench is horrible. She covered her nose as the faint scent of something horrible filled her nose. It wasn't hard to guess where the dead animal was. Her room is disgusting. Where the hell is it? Kate opened Alessandra's closet, looking for what she truly came for. Her eyes lit up as she found what she was searching for right away. Why are you holding onto the dress of a woman who ran away and left you here, Alessandra? Kate took out Alessandra's mother's wedding dress from her closet. It was no doubt a beautiful dress, but something like this was not suited for someone as gloomy as Alessandra. Kate was doing her a favor by getting rid of it. It would have been perfect to show Alessandra the dress getting buried, but she was meant to play nice. This took away a piece of the fun, but it still felt good. Kate quickly closed back the closet as she had found it and grabbed the box with the dead kitten. The stench no longer bothered her now that she was going to get her revenge. Kate wrapped the wedding dress around the box as she hurried back outside. Reaching the door leading outside, she peeked outside to make sure her parents weren't still standing where the hole was being dug. They're gone, she smiled. She was glad they had left, or her father would have stopped her from doing this. Kate approached the maid, who was still digging out the hole with her hands, to drop the dress and box into it. Cover that up as fast as you can. My lady, this is... What gives you the right to question me? Do as I say, or I shall have you fired. If anyone asks who went to get this box, I shall tell them you did. And what will you say? Kate stepped on the maid's hand, awaiting the obvious answer. I was the one who got it, the maid sobbed. Wonderful. You people do have common sense after all. Now, hurry. Kate stood with her arms folded, excited to see the dress be buried. Mario. Alessandra called as she entered the quiet kitchen. Now that breakfast was practically over, there was hardly anyone in the kitchen until it was time to wash the dishes used. Alessandra? This is new. You've never come to me at this time of day, and last I heard you were being punished. Did everyone else leave? Mario asked, surprised to see her casually walking around. Today is a special day for a change, as I got engaged to the Duke. Alessandra couldn't wait to share the special news with Mario. You should have been there to witness everyone's facial expressions. I can imagine. I am shocked, though I kind of expected it. But wait a minute. Mario looked around for a chair to make Alessandra comfortable enough to tell him what happened. If only he could have been a fly on the wall to see Kate's face out of everyone's. There we go. I love that you are extra kind when there is gossip about my family involved. Alessandra sat down on the chair he found. I don't know why you still refer to them as your family. The Duke will be your family now. Screw these heartless people, Mario said as he took his own seat. If he was in Alessandra's position, he would have let the Duke just kill them. I am not married to Edgar yet, and at the end of the day, they are still my family, even if I don't like them. I'm going to be here with them for 2 more days, and then I'll be going to live with the Duke. What? Mario's eyes went wide. He wasn't expecting Alessandra to be leaving so soon. See, this is why I don't like Edgar. He is stealing away the only Barrett I like. I told you to come with me. I can ask him to pay off your debt. Both of us should leave this place, said Alessandra. Mario was her only friend here, so it was only right that she helped him leave this place with her. Mario shook his head, turning down the offer once again. I'm going to work off my debt myself. You just need to worry about yourself and enjoy your new luxury life. Now tell me, how did they react? Kate looked so distraught. She whined like a little child and stormed off, but then came back to apologize. I didn't forgive her so easily. Right now, she is supposed to dig a hole with her bare hands. We both know Kate probably has someone digging that hole for her, since you are here with me. But I like what you're doing. Make sure you mess with her mother, too. Mario hated Katrina more than anything in this world. I have a couple of things in mind, but first, breakfast, please. I ordered Katrina to bring me food, but it was... That was for you? She dropped those eggs on the floor and then put them back on the plate. Please tell me you didn't eat any of it because these floors are not clean. Mario wanted to throw up just from thinking about it. Alessandra had a clear flashback of her tasting the eggs. I did eat a tiny bite of it. As bad as that was, it is not the first time she has ever done something to my food. I remember she sent me a plate of nothing but leftovers from their plates to eat. I've experienced every kind of torture here. Mario sat up to cook something for Alessandra. This is why you must never fall for their tricks and be kind to them. Make their lives hell, or I shall never speak to you ever again. Torture the hell out of Kate and Katrina. I plan to, but... No buts, Alessandra. Mario stopped her right in her tracks. She was always too kind for her own good. Mario, the person I have the biggest issue with is neither Kate nor Katrina. It is with my father. He's the one who should have protected me from his second wife and everyone else who looks at me with disgust because of rumors. He never did anything to help me. Alessandra could not get over her father, looking her in the eye without any shame and saying it was not possible for Edgar to fall in love with her at first sight. How could anyone love her when her father didn't? I have waited so long for my father to come to comfort me, and not once has he ever come to me. It was always Katrina or Kate with a smile on their face before they made my life hell. My father only cares about his money and reputation. I will take what he loves so that he knows what it means to have nothing. Alessandra stated, I feel the need to hug you, Alessandra. But you are now an engaged woman. You're all grown up now, destroying people and shit. Mario understood why her main issue was with her father. Had the Baron put his foot down, his wife and daughter wouldn't have the opportunity to mess with Alessandra. It's still going to be fun to make Katrina and Kate lose their minds. Alessandra had a lot planned for them already. Everything they did to her would be handed back to them. This house will finally be interesting. The food is going to take a minute. Are you going to wait here or go somewhere else? You are practically the lady of the house, with the Duke as your knight in shining armor. The words felt strange to Mario when he said them out loud. I will get a book to read. As much as I enjoy being able to walk around freely, this house is honestly draining, and there's nothing to do. I'll be back. Alessandra sat up to get a book from her bedroom. She also wanted to check on what Kate had done so far. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Alessandra muttered as she had not made it far away from the kitchen before running into Kate. Kate, are you done already? Obviously, look at my hands. Kate showed the dirty gloves she wore when she had started to dig. We should be even with this. Kate, I can hardly count how many things you have done to me for us to be even. This is a start for you to make amends with me. Do not think I have forgiven you just because you dug a hole. Alessandra said. Why? I'm trying to be nice to you, Alessandra. We are sisters, and it's about time you start acting like it. You're about to be a married woman. Stop acting like a child. I know you, Kate. I know the real you. And I won't fall for this illusion you and Father are creating, like you're trying to be nice to me. Save your breath and energy. Alessandra saw right through Kate the moment she apologized. I do not know what you're talking about. Why don't you go outside and see where your little dead animal is buried? It was more fun than I expected. Kate grinned, tempted to tell Alessandra what she had done. Excuse me, I have to go back to my room to clean up. You should really clean your bedroom, Alessandra. It stinks. Alessandra grabbed Kate's arm, preventing her from leaving. What did you do, Kate? Do not touch me, Alessandra. I am being nice right now. Kate shoved Alessandra's hand away. If you knew me well, you would know not to play with me. As I said, I am going to my room to get cleaned up. Are you going to stand here or check on my hard work? You. Alessandra clenched her fists, tempted to slap Kate, but held herself back. She did not want to resort to violence like Kate always did. Instead, she left to go outside to see what Kate had done. Her father was stupid to think Kate could play nice with anyone. Kate had no idea what it meant to be nice. Alessandra prayed Kate had not disrespected the kitten further after she had already killed it. Coming across the hallway leading down to her room or to go outside, Alessandra found her door ajar, meaning someone had been in it. She made the decision to check on her bedroom first. Alessandra cautiously walked up to the door and slowly pushed it all the way open, but found nothing out of place at first glance. The box with the kitten was gone, which meant Kate took it. Alessandra knew there had to be either something wrong with her bedroom or where the kitten was buried, based on how happy Kate was. Alessandra continued to look around her bedroom, still finding it to be as she left it. Her canvases were as she left them. Her bed still looked made up, her books were neat, and the only scent in the room was due to the kitten. Did she rip up my clothes again? Alessandra went up to the closet and opened it to see if Kate had destroyed her clothes again. No. She instantly knew what was missing as soon as she opened the closet doors. Her mother's dress was front and center in her closet, after she had been thinking of getting married recently. It was one of the few things she had that had belonged to her mother. Alessandra did not know whether to laugh or cry about the situation, but one thing for sure, she regretted not slapping Kate when they were face to face. Alessandra felt the need to break something to release the anger she felt, but instead of doing so, she decided to take that anger out on Kate. Alessandra dragged her feet to her window, where the barn was in perfect view. If she mentions a word of this to Father, then I'm screwed. Kate only now realized the gravity of her actions, as she was alone in her bathroom, sitting in a tub of water. Her father made it quite clear they had to be nice to Alessandra, but how could she simply allow Alessandra to boss her around? What's the point in being nice to Alessandra when he's going to make Edgar take me along in 2 days? Kate sighed, resting her head against the edge of the tub. They're going to gas up her head. We should make her remember her place. Kate didn't like how her family allowed Alessandra to walk around the home freely, She was meant to be hidden away in her room, or, better yet, in a cell. Alessandra had become the hideous daughter no one wanted to see, and it was meant to stay that way. All eyes were meant to be on Kate. Kate held out her fingers, looking at the 3 broken nails, thanks to her starting the hole Alessandra wanted. Her parents never asked her to do chores or do anything a servant should, but Alessandra ordered her to, and now her beautiful nails were ruined. I will not be kind to Alessandra. Kate made up her mind. She couldn't do that even if she tried her hardest. She hated Alessandra to the moon and back. I'm going to make her regret having Edgar propose to her. I should make a cell and throw her in it to never see the light of day. You cannot go in there. Kate glanced at her bathroom door, confused by the sudden ruckus. Her personal maid knew not to interrupt or let anyone in while she was bathing. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, but Kate had not seen the person yet. Have you lost your mind? Alessandra? Kate sat up when Alessandra stepped into her view with a bucket in her hand. What is that awful smell? Kate covered her nose as an awful smell filled her bathroom. It was much worse than the dead kitten. Kate, go and dig up my mother's dress right now, said Alessandra through gritted teeth. She was only giving Kate one chance to do the right thing. Are you crazy? Why would I dig up something covered in mud? Get the hell out of my room. Are you not aware of how much you stink? Kate couldn't bear the smell that followed Alessandra. Why the hell does it smell so familiar? You are full of shit, Kate. Alessandra threw the contents in the bucket she carried towards Kate in the tub. Kate's eyes were wide open as a brown substance flew towards her face and the surrounding area in the tub. What is... Kate trailed off as she saw something floating in the tub, changing the water from crystal clear to brown. If possible, Kate's eyes opened wider as she realized what Alessandra had thrown at her. She should have guessed the smell was none other than horse shit, but it had not registered in her mind earlier. Kate tried to scramble out of the tub to get away from the shit floating around, even though her head was already covered in it. Unfortunately, as she stepped out of the tub, Kate slipped on shit and spilled water, falling to the floor in more of the horse shit which had not made its way into the tub. No. Kate started to freak out even more as her leg was now covered in shit. She almost hurled, disgusted by the sight and smell of it. It suits your personality, Kate. Did you honestly think I would let you get away with ruining my mother's dress? You have to be the crazy one, Alessandra said, walking to the sink to turn on the water while Kate began to have a breakdown. Alessandra placed the bucket in the sink to let it fill up halfway while she swirled it around to mix up the remaining pieces of shit with the fresh water. Get this off of me! Kate cried as she grabbed a cloth to start wiping it off. She was naked on the cold floor with no one to help her. She quickly rubbed off the shit from her face, hands, and her hair, but the scent was something she could not easily get rid of. It felt like she had it in her mouth, and each time she swallowed, she could taste it. I'm going to kill you for the... Kate screamed when Alessandra threw the second batch on her. As it was more water now, some of it made its way into Kate's mouth as it was open while she was talking. It was the final straw for Kate, making her throw up right on the floor. If you step 1 foot into the room, I will throw more on her. Alessandra glared at Kate's maid, Sally, who was trying to sneak her way in to help Kate. You deserve every moment of this, Kate. You are disgusting and full of shit. I was wrong when I said my issue was just with my father. I was being too kind to Kate, Alessandra said to herself. She was glad to have realized her mistake early on. Alessandra didn't want to just mess with Kate for these 2 days. She wanted to ruin her life. I will make sure we are even, Kate. I will repay what you started to do to my face. I will make it so that you will have no choice but to wear a mask, and I will steal your happiness from you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kate wiped away traces of vomit from her mouth. Do you think you scare me? No. But you have always been jealous of me, Kate. You can never handle attention not being on you. And this dangerous jealousy started when we were younger. Alessandra stooped down to Kate's level. You should have been angry at our father for always having a favorite. A perfect daughter he could always use. Kate scoffed, offended by Alessandra's words. There was nothing to be jealous of when it came to Alessandra. Why would I be jealous of you? I am beautiful, smart, wanted by all men. You try so hard to forget the past, Kate. A time when you were in my shadow as father paraded me around. We could have been good sisters had you not fed into your jealousy. I tried so many times to forgive you as you were merely wishing to have father's attention on you, but you are beyond forgiving. Do not look down on me. Kate lunged forward to pull the mask Alessandra wore from her face. It was easy for Alessandra to talk when her face was hidden. Alessandra almost stumbled forward due to the mask being roughly pulled away from her face. As Alessandra looked up to get the mask back from Kate's hands, Kate chuckled, seeing the scars were still evident. You are still hideous, Kate said in triumph. Alessandra had no place to talk about anyone being jealous of her when her face was horrible. I would hide my face from the world if I were you too. Kate flinched, moving the mask further away when she thought Alessandra was trying to reach for it. But to her surprise, Alessandra pushed her. Thanks to how Kate was sitting, Alessandra was able to push Kate backward with only one hand, and then grab both of Kate's hands to pin her down against the wet floor. The back of Kate's body would be covered in what was left on the floor. Kate struggled to get out of Alessandra's grasp and used her feet to try to kick Alessandra off of her, but it did not work. Get off of me! Sally, help me right now! Kate yelled to the maid. One day, your face will share the same fate as mine, Kate. I'm going to make sure you wish you were dead, just like I once did. Always remember, your actions are responsible for the woman I shall become. Be prepared, Kate. I'm done with being too nice, Alessandra warned her. Fear looks good on you, Kate. I want to see it again soon. Alessandra snatched back her mask from Kate, thanks to her being distracted. Alessandra released Kate's other hand as she was finished with what she had come for. She placed her mask back onto her face as she stood up, looking down at the pitiful state of Kate. You should bring more maids to help her get cleaned up. She's filthy, Alessandra told Sally, who stood by the door in shock. Sally had never once witnessed anyone bring this much shame to Kate. Kate was normally the ringleader, the one to embarrass others, but now she lay naked in shit. It was a good sight to her, and for once in her time working here, she liked Alessandra. Alessandra did what no other person could when it came to Kate. Hello? Alessandra waved her hand to get Sally's attention. It was evident the maid was enjoying this. But if she wanted to keep her job, she should move quickly to help Kate right now. I am going to tell my mother and father of this. Kate sat up, fuming with rage. Never in her life had she been so embarrassed like this. A baron's daughter was not meant to be treated like this. Not by someone like Alessandra. Not even by the king himself. Please do. But you seem to forget one important detail. Father can do nothing while I am to wed the Duke. He'll simply say you deserved it and laugh it off while your mother bites her tongue. Do you really want to waste your breath? I've been in your position too many times, and it's better to just shut up. If Edgar calls this marriage off, then you're dead. Do you not realize that? Be careful with what you do now, Alessandra. Men change their minds so easily when a better option comes along, and then you'll be trapped with us again. Kate could hardly wait for it to happen. She'll get rid of the confidence Alessandra was starting to have and make her timider than she was before. I know how easy men can change their minds, Kate. I've heard of your suitors marrying your friends instead. Goodbye. Alessandra proceeded to leave the bathroom. The stench was starting to become overbearing, and it would no longer be a good day if she spent too much time with Kate. Just in case Kate was stupid enough to retaliate again, Alessandra knew it was best to return to her room to pack up and hide everything that was valuable to her. My lady. My lady? Kate glared at Sally. A personal maid wasn't useful if they were only going to stand to the side while someone threw literal shit at their master. You are fired. Send someone else to do your job right now. She threw the dirty cloth she wiped her body with at Sally. How many people are they going to fire? Alessandra muttered as she exited Kate's bedroom. The house is already empty. The cooks act as servers. The gardener acts as the coachman. And next you know, we'll have a cow thinking it also has to be a horse. Alessandra didn't know what her father could be doing with his money for the house to be in such a state. The amount of money he spent on the party would have been enough to turn things around. He did all of that expecting the Duke would find interest in Kate, but it did not work. Why couldn't they have taken Kate to a place the Duke frequents, instead of spending so much money? Alessandra shook her head. They were depending on Kate's marriage to turn their situation back around, but the best person to do that was now marrying Alessandra. Unless Kate has a flash marriage, I will be the one to save this house. But the Duke does not care for my father to give him a large sum of money. Alessandra thought to herself, I don't want to ask the Duke for any money either. It's best to let my father drown himself with what he created, Alessandra whispered. Still, Kate's marriage could save them. Alessandra didn't know what to do as of yet. It had not been long since her engagement to Edgar. It's better to take time to plan rather than rush things. It would be better to slowly ruin them than to get it over quickly. To ruin them quickly would not be satisfying enough for Alessandra. Reaching the hall leading to her bedroom, Alessandra decided to go outside to check where Kate had buried the kitten and her mother's dress. It wasn't hard to find the spot, as it was the only patch of dirt piled up outside like an anthill. Alessandra stared down at the hole in which her mother's dress was buried. She was tempted to dig it up, but if she did, Kate would have won. Getting down on her knees to dig back up the hole after making Kate do it would make Kate happy. I'm sorry, Mother. Alessandra apologized as she made the decision to leave the dress as it was. It is with the kitten who kept me company while you were away. This might be better than me wearing it. If you ever return and wish to have it, I shall dig it up myself and place it back into your hands. I have some of your belongings saved for when you return, so I can give them back to you. If you can't return for me, return for your belongings. When I do give them back to you, you should apologize for leaving me here with my father. You should have a good explanation for why you ran away and left your daughter here, or I shall ruin you along with my father. Alessandra never forgave her mother for leaving her while she ran away from her marriage. Still, Alessandra sat patiently, waiting for her mother to remember the daughter she left behind and to come back for her. She wanted to hear what excuse her mother would have and how she would make up for it. It's unfair for me to have two bad parents, Mother. I'm putting faith in you to return and ask for forgiveness. The world cannot hate me so much to put me through this. I hope that you are still alive and return quickly, said Alessandra. Alessandra would never go looking for her mother. Instead, she had a date on which she would stop caring, and should her mother ever appear before her, she would be nothing more than a stranger. Then she would truly believe the world hated her enough to curse her with this life.
Where the hell is she?
Alessandra looked up at the sound of Katrina's angry voice.
You!
Katrina exclaimed when she caught sight of Alessandra outside. She leaned her upper body out a window to get a better view of Alessandra.
What on earth did you do to my daughter?
I threw her personality onto her, Alessandra bluntly replied. Do you wish for me to do the same to you, Mother?
I told you never to call me Mother, you evil girl. You have to be out of your mind to throw shit on Kate. Has your jealousy not gone far enough?
Katrina questioned. Her anger increased the more she looked at Alessandra. Katrina was bewildered to hear of what Alessandra did to Kate and how no one stopped her. Alessandra was always intrigued by everyone thinking she was jealous of Kate. When had she ever shown them that she was jealous? I have never been jealous of Kate. It has always been the other way around. Katrina chuckled, finding Alessandra to be funny.
Kate? Jealous of you? Such a thing as...
Isn't that why you hated me too? Kate was never the center of attention when I was around, and you could not stand the daughter of your husband's first wife outshining your child. I can see where Kate gets her denial from. Funny. I thought it was from my father, said Alessandra, as she for so long believed it came from her father's side of the family.
Are you crazy?
How many times am I going to be asked this? It is annoying, Alessandra muttered, tired of the repeated question. My answer is yes, so that you can stop asking me. I must be crazy for the crap I put up for so long.
You...
Katrina trailed off, unsure of who was standing before her. Alessandra was never like this. She was never one to talk back and quietly did as she was told.
You are only acting like this because of your engagement.
Obviously, but you have no room to talk when you have done the same thing. You act all high and mighty because you are a baron's wife. From your attitude, you would think you married the king. My father is not that great for you to act this way, Alessandra honestly stated. Her father's reputation slowly decreased throughout the years, and many of his high-status friends were hardly around. He was lucky to still have connections with the king. I suppose his wealth will make him great in your eyes, though these days, his wealth is not like what it used to be. I wonder what he's spending all his income on for our house to be in such a state. That's something to add to the list. In this house, the Baron thinks he is the king. Hilarious. Alessandra chuckled, finding their house to be backward. Maybe I should think I am a bird, and then I could fly away. Alessandra humored herself. There's nothing wrong with your father's finances. Look at the amount of land the king has placed in his name. Look at how wonderful our farm is, how grand the inside of our home is. Your father has enough wealth to live like a king if he wishes to. You truly complete my father. Alessandra viewed Katrina as idiotic as her father. The money must have been drained away to make Katrina and Kate live like royalty, too. Her father married a wife he could not afford to keep for all these years, and then they made a daughter who was no different from the mother. You must be punished for what you did to Kate. Alessandra looked away from a delusional Katrina. Why? I was punishing her for burying my mother's dress when she was only supposed to bury the kitten. Katrina did not care about the awful dress. Still, I'm tired of you talking so much, Katrina. You agitate me. What on earth have you become? Do you really think you can be this way because Edgar threatened your father? I will not allow my daughter to be embarrassed by the likes of you. Stay there, Katrina ordered Alessandra while she would make her way outside. I'm not a dog. Alessandra started to leave, not wanting to hear what else Katrina had to say. Is this really their way of trying to be nice to me? They couldn't last one day. Alessandra, do not run away from me, Katrina yelled as she arrived outside, only to find Alessandra leaving. Are your eyes not working? I'm not running away. I am gracefully walking away. Mother? Alessandra would keep using the word mother as long as it annoyed Katrina. In the past, it was the only thing she could do as revenge for Katrina. Stop right there. Katrina picked up both sides of her dress to run after Alessandra. Alessandra was highly amused when she looked back to find Katrina was chasing after her. It was quite the sight, as it was odd for Katrina to be running around. Wow, was the only thing she could say. Alessandra! Katrina grabbed onto Alessandra's shoulder to stop her from hurrying away. I told you to stay right there. Alessandra smacked Katrina's hand away from harshly gripping her shoulder. Do not touch me, Katrina. Kate had what was coming for her for messing with my mother's dress. If anyone was to ruin that dress, it would have been me. Instead of always trying to punish me, you should spend more time teaching your daughter manners before she ends up old and alone. The Duke won't always be guarding you, Alessandra. Men change their minds so easily. So, Kate learned that from you. Why am I not surprised? Since that is what the two of you believe. I shall hold on to him forever, Katrina. I said... Alessandra caught Katrina's hand when it was raised to slap her. Do not touch me. I am tired of being your punching bag, she screamed, tiredness of her torture evident in her voice. Alessandra gripped Katrina's hand, pushing it back until Katrina winced from the pain. Since you came here, I have tried to have nothing but positive thoughts. Do you know how hard it is to not fall into the deep end and let my negative thoughts consume me? Even when the Duke's sword is pointed at your necks, you are still determined to hurt me. Are you determined to make me become a madwoman? Do not keep pushing me. If those thoughts truly consume me, I might end up killing all of you. Even now, when the voice in my head is telling me to just end you, I'm trying to hold on. Alessandra was alone for such a long time that she had no one to talk to but herself. The person she created in her head was meant to be a friend to keep her happy. But as Kate and Katrina's torture increased, The voice in her head changed to telling her cruel things. Befriending Mario and the kitten had saved her, but the voice always lingered in her head. There was nothing she could do to escape what she had created, and her newfound anger toward her family was not helping. "Leave me alone," Alessandra released Katrina's hand. Her other hand twitched at the thought of pushing Katrina down and repeatedly beating her with a stick, just as Katrina had once done to her. "You've tortured me for many years, Katrina. Sit quietly while I do the same to you." Alessandra left Katrina alone so that the woman could choose her next move carefully. Katrina could either chase after her again, but face retaliation far worse than what Alessandra had just done to Kate, or walk away and endure what was to come. Alessandra was satisfied with not hearing Katrina following behind her. However, she stumbled the moment she entered the house and gripped her head from a pain building up. She did not know how to handle all the angry and negative thoughts she had kept at bay for many years, suddenly flooding her head. It was foreign to her as she tried to keep a positive outlook on her life, but she had strayed far away from it today. "I will not lose myself," she promised. Time quickly passed in the Baron's home, much to everyone's delight. For Alessandra, it meant she was closer to leaving her childhood home to live with the Duke. For Kate, it meant she would be going to live with Edgar, a surprise Alessandra was not expecting. Katrina was counting down the hours for when she would be rid of Alessandra, even if it meant she was going to live with Edgar. Desmond, on the other hand, couldn't wait for Kate to seduce Edgar and get married to him instead of Alessandra. He was praying she would get pregnant after one night with Edgar. It soon became time for dinner, and with the new changes to the house, Alessandra arrived at the dinner table. She could not remember the last time she came into the dining room to eat dinner with her family. It was always in her room alone, with nothing but the noise from the farm. Alessandra already knew which chair at the table she wanted to sit in as she neared the table. It was the one her mother used to sit in each time they had dinner.
"Alessandra?"
The butler, James, stopped in his tracks as he entered the dining room to find Alessandra sitting at the head of the table. In his absence, he learned that Alessandra had been proposed to by the Duke, and now she was able to roam around the home as she pleased. Even though Alessandra was engaged to the Duke, James knew Katrina wouldn't be happy to see Alessandra sitting there, so he proceeded to make her move.
"My lady, it would be best for you to sit elsewhere. Perhaps here."
He approached the table to pull out another chair. Alessandra looked up at the butler and the seat he was holding out for her. "I prefer the one I am in. Why do you think I sat here?"
"But—"
"I am not moving." Alessandra stood firm on where she wanted to sit. "You should finish setting the table before the others arrive, rather than wasting my time." James was at a loss for words, with Alessandra not moving. It was already odd enough for her to be seated at the table, but now the way she acted was different.
"Katrina will not allow you to sit there."
He switched his tone to something more gentle. He was merely looking out for Alessandra. "I have a feeling she won't mind. Can I get a glass of water when you go back to the kitchen? The pitchers here are empty." Alessandra was parched after spending the remainder of the day cleaning out her bedroom to get rid of the stench from the dead kitten and starting to pack up her belongings. Due to her not owning many things, by tomorrow morning she would be finished with her packing. James placed down the last utensils on the table and straightened them out. He made sure each time the family gathered to eat, the table would be pure perfection.
"I will bring a pitcher for you, Alessandra."
He bowed, then left. Alessandra tapped her finger on the table to pass the time. Sitting at the table did not feel as good as it once did. Then she started to wonder, was sitting at the table ever a good experience? She enjoyed her time with her mother while they ate, but eventually, her parents would start to argue. It was not as good as she believed it to be as a child now that she was older. This house has always been toxic, but as a child, I thought that was what happiness meant, Alessandra muttered, leaning back in her chair as her past memories became depressing. She started to think about what else she thought was good as a child, but now that she was older, it certainly wasn't good. This house has so much negative energy. It deserves to just be burned down. You really are taking this too far. Kate strutted into the dining room like a new person. It was as if her earlier encounter with Alessandra never happened. And do as you please, Alessandra. The higher you climb, the further you'll fall when this blows up in your face. Alessandra was surprised Kate didn't curse or scream at her for what she had done with the horse shit. That wouldn't have been enough to stop Kate's antics. I hope you always remember that thanks to the little stunt you pulled today, someone got fired. You should take responsibility. Sally was crying her eyes out. Kate took a seat far away from Alessandra on the other side of the table. She didn't trust Alessandra would not throw something else on her. I did not fire her. You did, Kate. Yet again, you pushed the blame for your antics onto me. When are you going to stop? Do I need to visit your bedroom again? Alessandra taunted Kate with what she did earlier. Luckily, the horses shit every day. I will never forgive what you did. I didn't do it with the expectation you would forgive me. I thought it was obvious I wanted the opposite. The only person here to forgive anyone in this home is me. You are all lost souls. I shall never forgive any of you, Alessandra said. Are you going to live the rest of your life holding on to the things we did to you? At some point, you have to let it go, or it becomes pathetic. Kate found Alessandra to be nothing more than pitiful. No, I will not spend the rest of my life thinking about any of you. I don't think you'll be around for that long, and I shall be living with the Duke. I'm afraid you will spend more time thinking about me, Kate. I hope I haunt you. Kate placed her hands on the table, interlocking her fingers as she leaned forward in Alessandra's direction. Keep up this confidence, Alessandra. When it crumbles, I'll be there to watch. When this is over, I'll really make your life a living hell. You'll hate me more when that time comes. I have never hated you, Kate. I will admit I have feared you and you have angered me, but I pity you more than anything. Many times I placed myself in your shoes. That does not mean I like you, but I don't hate you. It took me a long time to realize that it has always been pity I felt towards you. Do not look down on me. Kate smacked her hands against the table. She was above Alessandra, so why did she keep trying to look down on her? This is not me looking down on you, Kate. That is me knowing that thanks to our father not giving you the attention you sought, the jealousy you felt created the monster you are now. You are the reason I shall never give in to my bad thoughts. I never want to be like you, Kate, Alessandra stated, glad she held on to who she was. Says the person who threw shit on me. Yes, you're really a saint. How could I forget that? I am not jealous of you, and I have never been in the past. I don't know what delusional memory you have of your childhood, but I suggest you get rid of it right away. It's making me pity you. Kate said, as she wanted to be the one looking down on Alessandra. Alessandra had no issue with Kate pitying her, as she did not care about what Kate felt towards her. That is fine. I can't believe Edgar made the decision to propose to you. Ugh, what an idiot. James, please bring me one of my father's best wines. Kate rubbed her temple to calm her nerves. She spent so much time trying to understand Edgar, but failed. He's an idiot because he didn't pick you? Kate, you really are beautiful, but your heart and soul need to be worked on. Alessandra viewed Kate as one of the most beautiful people she'd ever laid eyes on. But Kate's personality was horrible. It was why she had such a hard time keeping a suitor. They all left as soon as they saw past her beauty. You!
What is this I hear about my wine?
Desmond questioned as he entered the dining room with Katrina by his side.
Alessandra, why are you sitting there?
In Desmond's eyes, Alessandra had positioned herself at the table as if she were the lady of the house. I like this chair, Father. Is it really a big deal with me being here? Does Katrina wish to sit here now? The many times I peeped out at the three of you having dinner, lunch, or breakfast, I have never seen Katrina seated here. You can have it if you want. Alessandra started to stand up, but as she expected, her father stopped her. If there was anyone she had complete control over, it was her father.
Sit, sit. It is only a chair, right, darling?
Desmond looked at Katrina for her to confirm it. A chair shouldn't be a big deal in a situation like this.
One more day,
he whispered.
It is not a big deal. You can remain there, Alessandra.
It pained Katrina for these words to leave her mouth. But after Desmond ignored what she told him about Kate and Alessandra, she felt useless. Her husband did not care how much their daughter was embarrassed and only saw the money he could get from Edgar in the future. Katrina was on the fence about Kate sleeping with Edgar to guarantee she would wed him, but now she was fully on board. Kate was right to steal whatever happiness Alessandra thought she owned. Katrina truly believed Alessandra was a psycho after their conversation today, and planned to send her off to a place with others like her. Marrying Alessandra off to her husband's friend would only embarrass them, as the girl lost her mind. Kate gripped her dress, angered by her mother allowing Alessandra to do as she pleased. Kate had no manners when it came to respecting her elders. She was also annoyed her father had not paid any visit to her after learning what Alessandra had done.
Your water?
James returned to the table, placing the pitcher of water Alessandra requested right in front of her. He was surprised to witness nothing had been done for where she sat. Where is the wine, James? It is not right for you to only serve one person. Kate glared at the butler. I ordered you to bring me wine, but you brought her water? Alessandra, you have become the lady of this house. Congratulations. Alessandra ignored Kate, picking up the pitcher to pour herself a glass of water. Kate would be a perfect fit for working in the court, as she enjoyed talking about a lot of nonsense.
Kate!
Desmond shushed her as he sat down at the other end of the table with Kate to his left and Katrina to his right. Unlike what he said earlier, it was not just a chair. He was meant to sit at the head of the table. What? Alessandra does not care about what I said. What did I even say wrong? Look at her. She looks more like the lady of the house than my mother. She's finally getting to do everything she ever dreamed of. Poor little Alessandra. Ow! Kate groaned as the table shook. Kate glared at her father for kicking her under the table. Why was he still holding on to the ridiculous idea of being nice to Alessandra?
Alessandra,
How was your day? Desmond asked in an attempt to change the topic. You shouldn't have stopped her, Alessandra sighed as she placed her almost empty glass of water to the side. I am not going to be comfortable with Kate pretending to be nice when I know what she's really like. I am also not comfortable with you suddenly caring about my day, Father. I would prefer if everyone just shut up. For once in my life, I agree with her. I can't pretend to be nice to her even if someone were to pay me. We should just continue as we have always been. Or you should be the only one nice to her, Father. If anything, it's your love she wants the most. She grew up with parents who didn't love her, said Kate. Alessandra's life was just a big puddle of sadness. This was what she claimed someone was jealous of? Kate covered her mouth with her hand as she snickered to avoid being kicked by her father again. I have never hated Alessandra. How could a father hate his child? You know that I love you, right, Alessandra? Desmond smiled, truly believing his words. If he did not love her, why else would she still be living with him when girls her age had already married and started their own families? I know you love me, Alessandra replied, watching as her father's smile widened. From what I viewed love to be as a child, you do love me. From the way you ignore me, look at me with disgust whenever I show myself to your guests by accident, how you allow others to treat me, how you think the Duke could not have fallen in love with me, that is your love. It is how you were with my mother. I can only compare it to a mother's love, but it's not like that was much better. Mother ran away, leaving me here with you. I think I've only experienced the bad kinds of love, but it is still love, right? Ugh. Desmond didn't know how to respond to Alessandra's confession. He was certain he had treated her right by keeping her with him after all these years. Any other person would have gotten rid of her. I have kept you sheltered here for many years. That is your duty as a father. You are meant to protect your child. Father, after the incident, you were the first one to look at me with disgust. It was you who wanted to hide me away and fed into the rumors of me being cursed, even though you knew the truth. I am sheltered here not to be protected, but for your friends to not see me, Alessandra replied. Keeping her here was not a grand favor when she wanted nothing more than to run away and live somewhere else. Did he really think she liked being here to be tortured by his wife and daughter? If only he had stopped the rumors in the early, or at least stopped what happened to her face, then she would have long left this home and probably be married to someone by now. Katrina couldn't take any more of Alessandra crying and complaining about her life. You are well above the age to get married. The moment you turned a woman, your father could have kicked you out, but he allowed you to stay here. His duty as a father ended when you became a woman, but you have never been grateful. Allow me to stay here? Is it not the inheritance you would have to give me should I leave that is keeping me here, Father? Give it to me, and I shall leave right now. Alessandra held out her hand for what belonged to her. When you quietly roamed the house, trying to avoid being seen, you would hear many things. Alessandra, that's not something I can just hand over to you. Desmond didn't like where the conversation took a turn to. He did not have Alessandra's inheritance anymore. Desmond was certain she would never leave their home. Therefore, he'd used the money as an investment for a business that failed. She wouldn't have needed the inheritance in the marriage deal he set up with a friend. Why not? Katrina and Kate are tired of me. If you give me the money, it is more than enough for me to leave this place and never return. I might even leave town and not marry the Duke. Alessandra continued to push for it. Kate's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Give her the money, Father. Make her leave. It's not possible that you do not have it, right, Father? If I bring this information to the court, you could be investigated, as you are not meant to touch my inheritance. This is why he has never gotten rid of me. Alessandra side-eyed Katrina. This was the reason Alessandra had never asked her father to let her leave. When she overheard him speaking about her inheritance being drained, Alessandra knew she couldn't just leave her family. In the end, she decided to look for a man desperate enough to marry her. I will gather the money owed to you, Alessandra. Do not mention it to anyone, especially Edgar. Desmond knew he would be screwed if Edgar found out about what he did. Edgar's father was one of the men who fought for children's inheritance to be protected until they either married or decided to leave their families. A large scandal in the town was what prompted this law. Alessandra's inheritance would have been her dowry for her marriage, but with her reputation, Desmond didn't think she needed it. You didn't think anyone would ever want to marry me? Alessandra didn't have to read his mind to know that was what he was thinking. I will keep my mouth shut. However, you should refrain from ever saying you were nice enough to shelter me here for so long. Understood?
Yes.
Desmond had to clear his throat after stuttering. For a moment, he feared the way Alessandra spoke to him. How did she know about the inheritance being gone? Alessandra held a card that could ruin him, should she tell the court about this. For his safety, Desmond was contemplating getting rid of her and telling the Duke she ran away. Kate rolled her eyes, irritated that her father allowed such an easy opportunity to get rid of Alessandra to pass by. Father, why on earth can't you just go get the money tomorrow? Who cares if you spent it? You have plenty more to replace it. Kate didn't understand why her father was acting like he was broke these days. Did he want people to talk about him? Or, more importantly, her? Kate. Katrina tried to shush her daughter before she could upset her husband. Kate was not aware of many things going on, but it was not a good idea to make Desmond angry. Keep quiet and enjoy dinner. Do not forget, you have a lot to plan for what your father has prepared. Alessandra was curious about what Katrina was referring to. She felt like it had something to do with her, but she did not wish to ponder on it for too long. I've already started it, Mother. I've picked out the finest— Shut up! Desmond silenced Kate. If she continued to speak, Kate would no doubt spoil he was making her live with Edgar alongside Alessandra. His oldest daughter was smarter than they ever thought, and it was best to keep her out of the loop. Alessandra now confirmed there was something suspicious going on, thanks to her father. They were definitely planning something, and by the end of the second day, it would be revealed. She considered two options. They were either going to find a way to cancel her engagement to Edgar, or they were going to concoct some nonsense plan to get Kate with the Duke. Alessandra didn't bother to tell the obvious fate of their plan failing. It was better to watch them sink themselves. She was relieved to see the butler returning with dinner, and Mario was right behind him with 2 plates in his hand. She could only imagine how furious Mario was for being a server.
Dinner is served,
James announced. He carefully watched as the dishes were placed in front of the family, one by one. He meant to speak with the Baron about the need for more workers. The workers were behind on the daily chores because there weren't that many of them for the number of jobs needing to be done. He had been informed of another maid fired for a ridiculous reason. If they kept this up, no one would want to come work for the family. The maid Kate fired was still here, and James was determined to keep her. He could not take on any more responsibility than he had now.
Baron, I would like to have a word.
What is it? Desmond cut into his meat, refusing to look at James.
Talk quickly, James. You know how I dislike servants talking to me at the table. Have you forgotten your place?
James was offended by the way he was spoken to, but brushed it off. As a butler and a man of low status, he was used to this treatment.
A maid was fired today by the young lady Kate. There is a lot of work to be done around the house, and until a replacement has been hired...
You fired someone, Kate? Desmond ignored the rest of what James had to say. He did not give Kate permission to be firing anyone as she pleased. Have you lost your mind? There goes their favorite phrase, Alessandra thought as she quietly ate her food. She was disappointed there was nothing special about eating at the table. Her bedroom would be much better than this. The fool just stood there while Alessandra threw shit on me. What's the point in having a personal maid who does not aid me? I told you and my mother that she was not right for the job. Thank goodness I fired her before she embarrassed me in front of my friends. Kate was angered just from imagining how Sally stood by the door. Desmond pinched the bridge of his nose. He wondered when he went wrong with Kate.
Kate, she is the daughter of a fallen household. She is the perfect person to be your personal maid, as she has had enough education before her family was doomed.
Desmond intentionally left it being cheaper to hire Sally than others. The girl was desperate to provide for her family, which was used to riches. Kate wasn't aware of Sally's background. Even better, I don't know how she could show her face after her family has lost their wealth. She should have learned from Alessandra and hid her face. I don't want someone who fell from grace beside me, she chuckled. I wasn't aware that was the type of background the girl had, Katrina said to Desmond. She agreed with Kate now that she knew this. How many things does he hide from me? She wondered. Desmond's usefulness was running out the more secrets he kept from Katrina. The love she forced herself to have for him was slowly disappearing now that his wealth wasn't that grand. There was no reason for her to continue having a husband.
The girl stays. James, inform her of it right away,
Desmond told the butler. He was not going to allow Katrina nor Kate to change his mind. This was practically Kate's 100th personal maid, and he was not going to let this one slip by. Father, Kate whined. She looked to her mother for help, but her mother shook her head. Very well. I shall make her quit. Kate had many ways of getting rid of someone she did not like. If Sally wanted to stay, she would have to endure what Kate sent her way. I'll take her. All three heads turned to Alessandra, now remembering there was a fourth person at the table. Alessandra was in need of a maid, someone to report to her what was being said by the workers and family members when she was not around. I am in need of a personal maid. I shouldn't wait for Edgar to provide me with one. Not my maid, Kate disagreed as if she had not been the one to fire Sally in the first place. You are in need of a maid. Desmond now realized this fact. Father! Kate could not believe her ears. A moment ago, he was forcing her to keep the maid, and now he was handing her off to Alessandra. I want her! You cannot give Alessandra what is mine. Can I have the girl or not? Alessandra didn't want to prolong knowing if she would be given Sally as her personal maid. As a lesson for Kate, Desmond decided to go against what she wanted.
James, tell the girl she is now Alessandra's maid.
Yes, sir.
James bowed, then went off to find the girl crying her eyes out over the loss of her jaw. Kate pushed her chair back, creating a skin-crawling sound at the wood chair screeching against the floor. I have nothing to say to you. Kate walked away from the table, preferring to be alone before she said something to her father she would regret.
Katrina, teach that girl some manners, said Desmond.
Katrina gripped her fork as she heard the faint sound of Alessandra laughing. Not too long ago, Alessandra told her to teach Kate manners. For her husband to do the same was embarrassing. Katrina refused to say anything to fuel Alessandra's growing ego.
Baron, a message has arrived for you.
James hurried back to the table. The Baron had warned him many times to alert him right away when this person tried contacting him.
No more interruptions, James,
Desmond said as he took an envelope from James. His eyes went wide, and his skin turned pale once he saw the name written across the back of the envelope. The message came from none other than William Lancaster, the man who wanted Alessandra.
James, prepare the carriage for my departure.
Desmond quickly shoved the note back into the envelope after he read the contents. William was summoning him to talk about Alessandra once again. Carriage? Who is the letter from? Why are you going to someone at a time when you are meant to be eating dinner? Desmond! Katrina's words fell on deaf ears as Desmond stood up to leave.
This is more important than dinner. Take care of the house while I'm away.
Desmond left the table in a hurry to get to William. Katrina sighed, looking at the food Desmond barely touched on his plate. Kate had left the table, and now her husband, too. She enjoyed having dinner with the two of them, but now it was returned. Katrina glared at the person responsible for dinner being ruined. It is my fault, Alessandra said before Katrina could blame her for the table being so vacant. I can control Kate's feelings to make her leave, and I live a double life as the person who sent my father the letter. I do not need your sarcasm, Katrina spat. Alessandra played with the potato on her plate and said, Your eyes looked to me as the reason dinner was ruined. I thought it was only fitting I tried to make up the most stupid way I could be the one to ruin dinner. This family truly needs to learn to take accountability for their actions. Ha! Katrina scoffed. Never would she have ever imagined getting lessons from Alessandra. Then why are you pushing what happened to your face onto someone else? I never said I wasn't responsible. However, your daughter has a share of the responsibility when it comes to my face, and I will not let her forget it. I hate to ruin dinner further, but I do not wish to waste my time sitting here with you. Good night, Mother. I am not your mother, Katrina gritted her teeth. With Alessandra leaving, she was the only one left at the dinner table. Instead of leaving, Katrina took her knife and fork to start eating. I worked so hard to get a Baron's attention for this kind of life. Who should I make my next move on? Katrina started to plot her next move. Meanwhile, Desmond bit his nails as his nerves increased the further he got from the house. He had no idea why William was requesting his presence so late in the night to speak about his daughter. News of Alessandra's engagement was not known to the town, therefore William could not know about it.
Why did I borrow money from William? If I ever find the man who scammed me, I swear I'll kill him on the spot. How dare anyone try to scam me?
Desmond was angered by the memory of a man who promised to triple his wealth if he invested a large sum of money into a couple of businesses. The man was nowhere to be found once he received the money, and no matter who Desmond asked about him, each person claimed to not know anyone with the name or description. The man was right not to show his face in the town, or he would be killed for what he had done.
Why has the carriage stopped?
Desmond asked when the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Looking out the window, he knew he was not at William's house as yet. "Baron!" a voice called, sending shivers down Desmond's body. "Why is he here?" Desmond muttered. "William has sent me to escort you in one of his carriages. You should feel honored, you sly dog." The right door opened to reveal one of William's henchmen. "There is nothing wrong with my carriage, Rowan." Desmond glared at the man. Rowan was one of William's most trusted servants. He was always sent to kill anyone William no longer wanted alive, as they were either his enemy or no longer useful. "If you continue to glare at me, I will pick your eyes out with my nails. Get out now, before I consider knocking you out and dragging you in the mud." "Your pick," Rowan grinned, revealing his golden tooth. He played with a small dagger in his hands as he waited for Desmond to make his answer. "Get out of the way." Desmond knew he had no choice but to get out of the carriage. "Move." In the blink of an eye, Rowan pointed the dagger at Desmond's neck. "Do not talk down to me, Baron. I do not share the same status, but I won't hesitate to kill anyone who looks down on me. If only my master would allow me to kill you. I've never gutted a Baron before." "You demon!" Desmond shook from fear. Each time William wanted to scare him, he would always send Rowan to do the job. Rowan chuckled, pointing the dagger in another direction. He ran his fingers through the strands of his hair, the shade identical to the color of blood. "Everyone says it's my hair that makes me look like a demon. But has anyone ever seen a demon to know what they look like? Fools." Rowan frowned. Suddenly annoyed, Desmond had not left the carriage and distracted him instead. His master wouldn't be too happy if they were late. Without a word, Rowan reached forward to get a handful of Desmond's hair and then pulled him from his seat to the muddy ground. "I told you I would drag you out." "He got mud on my boots." Rowan proceeded to rub his boots into Desmond's clothes to get rid of the mud. Desmond shoved Rowan's shoe away, refusing to be belittled by a murderer. "You cannot treat a Baron this way." "This is why my master hates you. You are not only a Baron, but also William Lancaster's servant. When he sends for you, your title does not mean anything. Have you forgotten he saved you from your many debts? Why is it taking so long to bring him your daughter? Silly man." Rowan kicked Desmond in his side, causing him to tumble over in the mud. "A Baron, rolling around in the mud like a dog. What a sight. If only my master was here to see this. Get up quickly, or I shall kill you for making us late," Rowan said as he walked back to the carriage he arrived in. He looked up at the man hunched over in front of Desmond's carriage. Rowan used a special dart laced with drugs to send the coachman to sleep. It was important that no one knew William was meeting with Desmond. Desmond balled up fists, tempted to attack Rowan for what he had done, but he knew to be patient. When his deal with William would come to an end, and he would be back on his feet, Desmond would have Rowan's head. "Good things come to those who wait," he reminded himself. This phrase helped Desmond in a time of hardship, and the reward for waiting was so close he could almost taste it. Alessandra marrying William would benefit him, as Desmond had a bright idea to kill his longtime friend after land and money would be placed in Alessandra's name. It wouldn't be too hard for him to snatch them away from Alessandra and place her back into hiding afterward. The problem with the plan was Edgar. Desmond got to his feet, ignoring the mud on the clothes he paid a fortune for. If William desperately wanted Alessandra, he was the perfect tool to use to push Kate into Edgar's arms while Alessandra got married to William instead. Things are suddenly looking up. Desmond smiled. walking up to the carriage William sent for him. He wasn't too happy about sharing it with Rowan, but, as the man said, William ordered Rowan not to kill him. "What took you so long?" Rowan yawned, due to waiting for Desmond for so long. "I will place the blame on you if he asks what happened." Desmond refused to say anything back to Rowan and quietly sat in his seat. Unfortunately, Rowan sat opposite him, where they would be looking at each other. "Why are you smiling at me?" "I can't kill you." "What?" Desmond did not understand what that had to do with his smile. "I get a tingle all over my body not being able to kill you. The feeling makes me smile. Nothing gets me more excited than someone I cannot kill. I keep thinking, what if I kill you and tell my master it was an accident?" "I will be your master's father-in-law. You can never harm me." Desmond believed that was enough to keep him alive. Rowan covered his mouth with his hand to hide a devilish smile. "Is that so? I remember these very words when I killed his first wife's father. Master truly loathed the man." Desmond tried his best to remain calm, refusing to show Rowan the fear he sought after. Just like everyone else, he was aware of William's father-in-law's death, but the family had been secretive about it and claimed it to be from a cold. Desmond had believed the story up until this point. Desmond knew he had done nothing to offend William to the point the man would want him dead. They were longtime friends, for goodness sake, and Desmond was handing William his daughter on a silver platter. "You will eat those words one of these days," Desmond promised the shabby man. "Tell you what, Baron, I'll help you tie me up so you can shove those words down my throat. You should know, I'm a man who enjoys pain." Rowan licked his dry lips. "This conversation is over." Desmond no longer wished to carry on the conversation any further. He knew of Rowan to be a man with sick habits, be it with a man or woman. William was crazy for keeping such a person around, but Desmond had to admit that Rowan was loyal. No one could successfully bribe him to betray William. They couldn't figure out what William had over Rowan's head to make him this loyal. "You are an evil person, Baron," Rowan said out of the blue. "Says the murderer, and have you forgotten who you work for?" "I know my master and I are evil, but you are one of those people who play dumb to what they are. What kind of a good person hands his daughter off to a man his age?" Rowan sighed. "The silence is loud," Rowan sang as he enjoyed making Desmond feel guilty. "Or maybe that's a thing in the town I know nothing about. A man like me knows nothing about high society. Do you care to enlighten me if this is a normal thing?" "Are you trying to tell me not to send my daughter to William?" Desmond asked. "Of course not. William wants her. Therefore he shall have her. But I was expecting a father to have principles, you know. Stop looking down on me when you are not a good person, Baron. I kill people, and you trade your daughter for money. We are evil brothers." Rowan chuckled, stomping his feet against the floor as he found himself to be funny. "He's crazy," Desmond concluded. Alessandra was saving their house by becoming William's wife. He was setting her up to be the wife of one of the richest men in the town. Duke Edgar must be playing with her feelings, as Kate was a woman more suited for him. Desmond wouldn't put it past Edgar to propose to Alessandra only to make Kate jealous, and Alessandra fall for his trick. His poor daughter. "Home sweet home." Rowan took a deep breath to inhale the air he believed to be sweeter than anywhere else. The
There's nothing like the Lancaster mansion. He opened the carriage door before the carriage itself stopped. Desmond scurried to the other end, afraid he would fall out of the door. His heart rushed while Rowan jumped out of the carriage, laughing as if he couldn't have hurt himself. He never wanted to see Rowan again after tonight, for he could accidentally kill the both of them with his recklessness. For the first time since he had left home, Desmond felt truly relieved when the carriage stopped. Aaron, we are already late. Trust me, you do not want to upset him. I am coming, Desmond said. He made a mental note to have the doctor visit him tomorrow to check on his heart.
Hey, I'm Alessandra. If you're wondering what happens next, download the Pocket FM app now and listen to the exciting episodes of The Duke's Masked Bride.